All right, thank you so much, Zendaya. I have 9 o'clock and 9:01 on my computers. We'll call this meeting to order. Uh, we'll go ahead and get started. Thank you, everyone, for being here. We're excited to get today going. Zendaya, have we complied with the Freedom of Information Act?
Yes, sir, we have.
Okay. Moving into the roll call. Committee members, please unmute yourself and reply with a present or here. Zendaya, could you please call roll?
Yes, sir. Mr. Arnold,
Here.
Mr. Brown,
Here.
Mr. Berghausen,
Here.
Mr. Farrell,
Here.
Mr. Fluker,
Here.
Ms. Martin.
Here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Alrighty, with that, we'll move on to the approval of the agenda. Zendaya, does staff have any changes to the agenda today?
No, sir, we do not.
All right. Seeing that, then may I have a motion to approve the agenda?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the agenda for today's meeting.
I'll second.
Alrighty, seeing a motion from Mr. Fluker for an approval and a second by Mr. Arnold. Committee members, if you have any changes to the agenda, please state them when called upon by Zendaya. Otherwise, please unmute yourself and vote yes or no to approve the agenda, and then mute yourself back. Zendaya, please take a roll call vote.
Yes, sir. Mr. Arnold,
Yes.
Mr. Brown,
Yes.
Mr. Berghausen,
Yes.
Mr. Farrell,
Yes.
Mr. Fluker,
Yes.
Ms. Martin.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Great, thank you so much, Zendaya. Alrighty, we'll move on to the approval of minutes. Committee members, if there are any discussion or changes that need to be made to the meeting minutes presented, please let us know now. If none, then I would ask for a motion to approve the meeting minutes from the October 1st ATAX meeting.
Mr. Chairman, I move for the approval of the minutes to the ATAX committee meeting of October 1st, 2020.
Thank you, Mr. Fluker. Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, seeing the motion from Mr. Fluker and the second from Mr. Arnold, committee members, please unmute yourself and vote yes or no to approve the minutes, and then mute yourself back. Zendaya, could you please take a roll call vote?
Yes, sir. Mr. Arnold,
Yes.
Mr. Brown,
Yes.
Mr. Berghausen,
Yes.
Mr. Farrell,
Yes.
Mr. Fluker,
Yes.
Ms. Martin.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Brown.
All righty. We are moving now on to citizen comments, and with that, I only see one current person calling in. Is there any change to that, Zendaya? We still only have one person?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, that is correct. I also sent to you the open town hall report yesterday. It closed at 4:30. There was one comment for a total of 3 minutes, and we do have one caller holding, correct?
Okay. Okay. There, your email has popped up. The screen has switched out. So, okay. So with that, then I would call on that person, which is Mr. Skip Hoagland. So please go ahead, and your time will start as soon as you start speaking.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right. Brad, as ATAX chairman, please expound on the following. Why do you continue recommending ATAX funds to Bill Miles and the chamber without an ATAX DMO contract and proof of accounting on all the expenditures? Do you believe Bill Miles has the legal rights to refuse to provide this ATAX accounting on how this chamber spends millions of tax funds, your funds, council members, claiming it's his secret sauce, also refusing 1,500 members transparency? Are you aware Shyster Council members McCann, Harkins, and Lennox claim they saw accounting at the chamber offices with crooks Miles and CPA Ray Deal and determined everything was okay and honest when in fact it was a lie and fraud? Brad, you are in a legally operated business with miles that carry Corbett to Sea Pines. The IRS Form 990 for the Low Country Golf Owners Association lists you as a principal agent. This scam golf association receives $50,000 in ATAX funds. This is illegal funding, a clear conflict of interest, regardless of whether you recuse yourself or not from this one particular vote. This illegal website, Hilton Head Golf Island and the HiltonHeadIsland.org, are both nonprofit money scams and committing tax evasion, and you're allowing it. Why are you and this ATAX committee recommending this illegal funding under both the ATAX laws and South Carolina laws to fund this fraud chamber, your golf association, Boys and Girls Club, Concours, and other nonprofits? Have you guys even read what the ATAX laws say and how monies can be used? Why do you allow Bill Miles to take over $1 million in ATAX funds to spend in Canada to develop an illegal app and website versus support local businesses? This was bid rigging by crooks Bill Miles and his boss, who owns the chamber, Paula Bethea, and lawyer David Tiggis. Why are you allowing Bill Miles to pay himself $400,000 salary generated from the illegal use of tax funds and laundering advertising money and profits generated from these funds? Would any of you hand Skip Hoagland $2 million of your own money with no contract or accounting? And if I told you it was my secret sauce and go to hell, none of your business, would you keep on doing this? Here lies your answer. Brad, do you deny my facts today? Do any of you, being used as mindless puppets, deny my facts? I offer you $1 million to prove me wrong. If anyone called me a puppet, a crook, and a shyster, I would sue the crap out of them. You are all a disgrace to this community, your family and friends. You need to step up. You need to sit there and do your job and stand up and quit living in fear and being controlled by Brad Merrill and Bill Miles in the background with the shyster, Josh Gruber, and Steve Riley. We need to clean this cesspool of corruption, incestuous corruption up. Thank you very much. I hope y'all wake up and do your job.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Hoagland. All righty, and no additional callers, Zendaya, before we move on to unfinished business?
Yes, sir, that is correct. We do not have any more callers signed up for today.
All righty, great. Seeing that there is no unfinished business, we'll move on to new business. So, committee members, I understand that some of us will need to recuse ourselves from hearings today. When it comes to the Hilton Head Island Bluffton Chamber of Commerce hearing, I will need to recuse myself, and Mr. Fluker will be taking over. If there is a hearing you need to recuse yourself from, please state that before the presentation begins. And other than that, I see that Mr. Farrell has one as well. So the three of us will at those times have a recusal. From there, I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Fluker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today is our first presenter. The Chamber of Commerce ready today?
They are online. I see that Ms. Pernice is on. Ms. Pernice, you are able to go ahead and share your screen.
Good morning, everyone. How are you?
Good morning.
Good morning. I'm going to share my screen as Zendaya mentioned. Does everyone see my screen?
Yes.
Perfect. So I'm going to go into presentation mode and just say, okay, great, good. Well, good morning, everyone. Again, my name is Ariana Pernice, and I am the Vice President for the Visitor and Convention Bureau here at the Hilton Head Island Bluffton Chamber of Commerce. It is my pleasure to bring forward our 2021 ATAX Supplemental Grant Request. And also recap what we have done in this past year. So if you will, I'm going to walk through a few slides and answer any questions. I think it's always good to start as we have some new members of this committee with us today for the presentation, just, kind of the lens that we look through and what we're committed to every single day as your Visitor and Convention Bureau and Destination Marketing Organization. Every single day we're charged with ensuring the best lens for this destination, and we've summarized that in our brand message. And so here you'll see that And that kind of runs through as that common thread that pulls all of our efforts together as we work closely not only to promote the destination as a whole, but also with all of our partners that we'll speak to today. So looking back in our 2020 year in review, again, just a foundational slide that really talks about the power of the brand. Power of the Hilton Head Island brand and the effort that we put forth every single day really drives a 1.5 billion economic impact. And that's the impact of tourism from Hilton Head Island within Beaufort County. I think that's an important number. We work very closely with our partners at Clemson, at College of Charleston, as well as University South Carolina Beaufort here, USCB, to come to those numbers. So that 1.5 billion is really talking to the power of that brand and what the visitor brings into this economy. And then when you relate that into what every dollar is, returned, we are, for every dollar put into the out market, we see a return of close to $16 back into this local economy from our visitors. When you look a little deeper into those analytics, we use a platform called Adara. Many of you have seen that platform, but for those who are unfamiliar with it, as an additional research platform that we use, and it's a pixeling platform. And so what that allows us to do is when a visitor comes to the HiltonHeadIsland.org website, we pixel them, we follow them around for 90 days, and we are measuring and tracking anything that they do to digest travel and tourism once they've visited our site. So they've come to HiltonHeadIsland.org, they've had a great experience, they've learned a lot about the destination, they've probably clicked out to many of our partners that are on that site. And then throughout the next 90 days, they've done something with that information. And so with that time frame, and we took a snapshot here of January 1st through September 30th, our total revenue year to date from the website is 157 million, which that equates to 636,000 total room nights. So that's the contribution of the website and the team and all the effort that's going into supporting our partners and members here and our community within the destination. So let's get a little further into that. So how does that translate to help our partners that I have listed here? One of our major initiatives that we have had within our request every single year is really supporting our festival and event partners. As you know, many of those partnerships kind of stride over 2 years, so 2019, 2020. It was an interesting time when we have listed here Crescendo, Hilton Head Island, Concours, the Foodie February. Things were tracking. We were having, a wonderful year. And as we started to work through Q1, the pandemic had really started to come to fruition and really be here within the U.S. And that is where, as we get further down the list of partners here, that those were impacted, and we'll talk a little bit about that later. But those that we were able to execute in any capacity, full or in, a portion of the capacity that we would have normally done, we have done so through a series of different touch points. So when you look at how we promote our partners, how we promote that destination through the power of the brand, Visit Hilton Head, and it is really done through websites, it is done through social media, it is done through digital advertising, remarketing, it's done through video, bringing them back to that virtual front door, which is our website, HiltonHeadIsland.org, and we're bringing them that taste, that experience, that first touch point of what it would be like to come in to the destination for that experience. And so with that, the total impact, even though we had a few little bumps with COVID, we were still able to drive some pretty dynamic numbers for not only the destination as a whole, but for our community and our partners. So when you look at our landing page visits, now this is in total, 159,000, almost 160,000 visitors from all the advertising out there, from all those events that were driven back to our website, HiltonHeadIsland.org, was the return that we received. Now, when you look at where we are to date from visits to the website, we have roughly about 2 million. So 160 of those are coming directly from this advertising that was placed in the market. When you look at organic social impressions, we were about 1.46 million. We have 62,000 engagements on social, and that is organic again. And then on the paid side, you have 3.83 million social impressions and 10.4 thousand or 10,400 paid social conversions. So again, when you look at the breadth, the power of the brand, the eyeballs that are seeing and digesting all the efforts that are put forth in partnership with the list of partners that I showed on my previous slide, we are ensuring that we're in the appropriate place, that we're talking to the right consumer, and that we're having them do something with their with the fact that they've seen the ad. And so they're clicking through, they're being actionable, which is great to see. And so as we get a little bit closer to meetings and groups, as you know, meetings and groups are an important part of our tourism mix as we look to that supporting our partners here on the island. It touches every single community partner that we have in terms of restaurants, excursions. When you look at the people who provide the linens, when you look at hotel room nights, the spaces that they take when the group is in. We were able to execute this year on 2 of the 3 that we had listed in our proposal for 2020. Those are the Cvent and Helms Briscoe partnerships. And from that, we were able to garner over 6 million, almost 7 million in contracted booked room nights. And then over 19,685 nights as well there. So excuse me, of the 6.72 was in room revenue, and the 19,000, almost 20,000 was in room nights. And then 141 RFPs. So that means, again, working closely with those partnerships, those Cvent and Helm Briscoe and our partners here within the destination to understand what are we looking for? What's our right mix? How do we reach out to them? How do we rise above the other destinations who are fighting for that same share of business? And so from that, we were able to garner these numbers. As you know, we moved forward with a kind of a top of funnel approach with LinkedIn. LinkedIn has been an important part of our mix going forward to be relevant in that space. But again, that's more top of funnel where we're having the conversations with those meeting planners or those that are the decision makers when it comes to meetings and groups. Due to COVID, we will be starting that program back up in January and running that for 3 months. So those are those details there that you see within the package presented. And golf, again, has been a wonderful story to tell. If you're looking for a great story to tell throughout the pandemic and post-quarantine, it has been about golf. Golf has been an opportunity for us as a destination overall. We are well positioned to welcome those that feel safe to travel, are comfortable traveling, but also want that, space and room to move around. The destination as a whole is well positioned for that, but golf in particular has risen to the top as a great activity that people are seeking. And when you look at the website, and again, this snapshot was from January through September 30th of this year, just the users alone, almost 135,000, which is up almost 30% to last year. The clicks, again, when you're seeing those clicks come into the website, and it's 82,000, which is up 31% to last year. We also really track closely the web phone calls and the conversions from the website, and that's up 15% to last year. And then the sessions, again, if someone is coming in as a user, but then they come back several times, that itself is up 24%. So golf has always been part of the destination's DNA, but as you see within the times that we've recently experienced together, it has taken a lead as it always has been, but as a lead again for an experience that people are seeking post-quarantine. There we go. And we'll round out here with the Accolade Marketing. So as you know, being top of mind in any of our visitors' minds as they think about travel, they're planning their travel, they're in that time frame of dreaming about where can we go. It's important that we stay top of mind. We're fighting for eyeballs, we're fighting for share of voice within that space. And the 2 that keep us top of mind and that we've held hands on in the past has been Travel and Leisure and Condé Nast Traveler. So these were efforts within the 2019 timeframe, just to show you that there were efforts here against print, but also digital and social, and some of that earned opportunity just based on being relevant with those readership groups. And one exciting thing that we're excited to bring forward to you has been a conversation in partnership with Jen McEwen and the arts and cultural component of the town. As we know, arts and culture is an important part of the destination, and we wanted to, in partnership, bring forward a video, because we know video is king and queen of everything right now. And so we wanted to make sure that they had an asset that we could both, in holding hands, use that to promote the diverse arts and cultural efforts here within the destination. So we're excited to share this with you for the first time. Bear with us, as there potentially could be some lag, but obviously Zendaya has this video as well. Jen McEwen has also seen this, and we'll be using this in promotion going forward. But for our first time, here we go. So I'm excited to be able to share that with you, and we're excited to be able to push that out to our partners, as well as all of the out markets, to have that asset is really special. So we're excited, and we hope you enjoyed it. Again, we can send that through if there was any delays with the buffering, but excited that is ready to go. The next piece would be the ChatBot Technology. I want to introduce you to Stanley the Sea Turtle. If you've not met Stanley, you will soon meet him. He will be our bright and shiny new welcome, ambassador for HiltonHeadIsland.org. If you're not able to make it into our front office to see some of our great staff here, Stanley, will be your first touch point, and he is opening, ready to welcome you into the destination. So Stanley will be seen in the right-hand corner, as you can see here on the screen, and he will chat with you. He will talk to you about your experience, what you're looking to do here on the island. And the great thing about Stanley is that, we can dress him up, and he can be seasonally appropriate, whether it be heritage or we need to talk about health and wellness. He wants to go shopping, dining, arts and culture. I love the little box here where he's actually at the Coastal Discovery Museum. So there's just a lot of fun that we can have with him, and we're excited to be able to implement him within by the end of the year. So more to come, but Stanley is here, and he's excited to welcome all of our guests here into the destination. But we'd be remiss if we didn't talk for just a short few minutes about the impact of COVID-19. And again, I won't stay too long within this topic, but all of us have been touched by this within the destination. The Hilton Head Island Bluffton Chamber of Commerce took an early lead in partnership with the town and other community members to ensure that there was a resource, that there were opportunities for us to hold hands and forge forward in this new normal post-quarantine of how we were going to be a safety-first destination and community. And through that, we created the Path Forward Hub. As you can see here, it's on hiltonheadisland.org. You can also access it through just typing in the pathforward.org. And then there are call outs within our website that would lead you to this, this area of the website. And so from here, you can see all the safety protocols that have been taken together as a community, as businesses, what we're doing to hold hands to not only stay safe together, but to ensure that our visitors feel safe. And we're also asking our visitors, excuse me, to make the promise. We want them to also hold hands in ensuring not only that during these times of COVID that they are taking necessary precautions, but it goes a little deeper than that, that we also want them to protect our environment. They've come here for potentially 20, 30 years, or maybe they're new to the destination based on seeing Hilton Head for the first time due to it being drivable, and they've taken interest in coming here. That, you know, this is a special place and we want them to protect all that we have so others can come and enjoy it in years to come. So the path forward has been in place since early March. There's been several community members who have held hands with over 9 different industry groups that came together to write those protocols and put them in place. They've been recognized nationally as a best practice, a best in class, and have been adopted by other national, international organizations. And it's been something that we've been very proud to lead. Again, these are just some call outs here of where you can find this on the website. And then we'll jump into the 2021 supplemental request. And so here, again, ensuring that our partners are supported and that they understand that, as 2021, 2020 comes to an end and 2021 develops, we are holding hands with our partners, that we understand that things do not look like last year or even years past at all, and that we will and have been alongside them throughout this process to understand what their plans are as those change, rapidly. But hopefully we're getting to a point where there are some stakes in the ground and we are excited to plan as we go forward. So this is a quick snapshot of those partnerships, again, that we will be supporting going forward in this 2021 request. And our meetings and groups component will be it's never been more important. It's always been an extremely important part of our DNA. But as we look forward, we have a time frame of, the fall and winter that, generally speaking, those were really key times for meetings and groups to come to the destination. But now, as COVID transpires and post-quarantine things are kind of up in the air with traveling in groups for meetings and groups, it is important that we stay relevant, that we stay in front of those opportunities, and that we raise our hands to showcase that we are a wonderful destination to host any various ways in which you'd like to hold your event. And that is in close partnership with many of our community members here in terms and business members. When you look at our hotels, our restaurants, just all of them coming together to make sure that we can ensure the best opportunity possible when it comes to the meetings and groups segment. We will also continue our LinkedIn strategy that I spoke to. We weren't able to execute that in this latter part of the year, so we will move forward with that into 2021. And golf will continue to be an important part of this story and this mix as we move forward. As we spoke to the numbers earlier, I took a separate snapshot of time frame on that those Google Analytics from the website, and this is really March through September. And if you just look at the sessions, so again, those that are coming to the website looking particularly or specifically for golf, it's 122, almost 123,000 sessions to the golf microsite, up almost 21% to last year. Conversions to partners, those are those handshakes out to our partners here within the community of 67,000, up 32% to last year. People who actually are taking that extra step and saying, yes, I want to golf and I want to golf at this time. And that's over, up 54% to last year. So we will continue to make that push for golf and support those partners within this request. Thank you. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Pernice. What I'll do is I'll ask you a few questions and then I'll pass it around to the other members in a roll call fashion and see if anybody else has any questions. Your request for this year is of new funds is $350,000. That's correct?
Yes, sir.
And you want to roll over about 75,000. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Looking at some figures that we've been given by city staff, it shows you probably have around $158,000 left over from last year's funds. Do you know if that's a true and correct number as far as you know?
Yes, are you specifying from supplemental, sir, or is it from, you just clarify where that number's coming from?
It was from the $575,000 grant from last year, your ATAX grant.
I have that we're carrying over just the 75 that we have.
So your
we don't
total
have any.
request, yeah. So your total request, if you want to use last year's funds, would be about $425,800.
Exactly right. So we're requesting 350. Our carryover is 75 and change, and then so that total request would be 425 and change. The difference from our award last year to our request this year is a difference of almost $150,000. So we're asking for less overall.
And if I understand it, your push on the festival and event promo stuff is basically long drive, short haul flights. That's the area you're going to be trying to market into.
Exactly. So, and again, this is all very fluid. So this is the great thing about being so closely tied with our partners that we showcased. But yes, that approach as of today and has been for several months has been to really have a larger drive radius that we focus to and on. And, if there are the short haul markets that, would be fly appropriate, then we would also look to those. But really, as we've seen that confidence is in the drive market, and we are supporting that effort. Yes.
Well, that's all the questions I have right now. So I will pass it on to Mr. Arnold. Do you have any questions?
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have no questions other. It's good to hear that you guys are focusing on that drive market. We've definitely have seen that that's where a lot of our business is coming from, especially in 2020 with the way travel has changed. So the question that was asked with the total request was the 350 plus rolling over 75. So your total needs for the year would be that 425 and change. Is that correct? Is that what I heard?
Yes.
Great. I just wanted to make note of that, and I have no further questions. Thank you.
Mr. Berghausen.
Hi, thanks. I'm just trying to begin to understand all this. What I'm trying to understand is of the 350, it's a supplemental request. Why is that a supplemental request and not part of your ordinary DMO activities?
That's a great question, sir. So as you look to those funds, these are additional opportunities that help support those programs that do not fit within the budget that has been allocated through the DMO dollars. So these are additional opportunities and programs that don't live within that budget. So that we come forward with those requests annually to support those partners. So we take the allotment of DMO funds that come to us at the start of the fiscal year, and we use those on charging forward with the main brand messaging, ensuring the website and hiltonheadisland.org messaging out, and we take the supplemental opportunities to support these more the programs that are more specific to partners or programming that doesn't fit into that other component.
Okay, thank you. In the budget that we received in an Excel sheet for the VCB, I'm seeing 250,000. Why am I seeing only 250,000? I was expecting to see the 350.
So if you will, I'm going to defer to our controller, Ray Deal.
Okay.
How you doing? For the record, Ray Deal, I'm controller at the chamber. So the $250,000, that budget that was turned in was the expected receipt of the 2021 supplemental grant funds. Because of COVID, we weren't sure how much we were going to be reduced. In past years, we have budgeted about between 500 and 550,000. The general ask is for 575 or 600. Generally speaking, what has happened is everybody is reduced a little bit, but because of COVID, we weren't sure how much we were going to get reduced. So that 250 is a conservative number.
Okay, so you built the budget around the 250.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Farrell?
I'm assuming that I have one simple question, I think. Is the reduction in this year's ask versus last, is that relative to the COVID conditions? Is it less expensive to market to the drive market than it is the fly market?
No, sir. It's just that we took a look at the current situation and we scaled our request based on the needs that we felt were appropriate to make a request for at this time. So it is not more affordable, but we have just scaled our request.
That's my only question.
Yes, and Ray would also like to speak.
Yeah, so John, we know that other people play in the supplemental pool, right? So we wanted to be respectful of that because of the COVID situation.
Okay.
Ms. Martin?
Yes, hi. Hey, Ariana, how are you doing?
Good morning.
Not so much questions, but more comments. Being in the business of talking to visitors to the island on a daily basis, and they're affluent visitors, I like the fact that you're continuing to reach not just to golf, but also your diverse groups. And I think that's really important. I have no questions about the budget in terms of, what you all are doing and the efforts you're putting forth. So I'm good with everything. But I do want to say one thing, COVID or not, right now, what I'm seeing is a different type of traveler to the island. I think given the fact that people can work remotely and their children can learn virtually, we're seeing more people on this island this time of year. And I think the trend is going to continue moving forward. So I think it'll be extremely important that we continue to market really well to the island. So thank you for a really, really clear and concise presentation.
Thank you. I appreciate your comments.
All right, thank you, Ms. Pernice.
Thank you.
All right, I'll turn it back over to the chairman at this time.
Great, thank you, Jim. Great job on that, and we're just about right on time, so that's great. The next presenter was set to be Operation R&R. There's no recusals, and Zendaya, if they are online and available, we can do that.
Yes, sir. I see Dr. Evans and also Mr. Cully online for Operation R&R. You both are free to begin your presentation.
Is Grant there?
Yes, sir, it is. I believe he has himself muted and his camera hidden on his end. So, Dr. Evans, you are able to release those at this time.
So unmute the video as well as the audio.
Yes, sir, you absolutely can. And you can start sharing your screen.
All right. Got it. Everybody can hear me?
Sure can.
Okay, yes, great. As I've told people, I'm really good at reading x-rays, not so good on technology on computers over the years, so, but I'm learning. Again, I wanted to, on behalf of Operation Arnold, thank you for your time and consideration for a grant for our charity. just a quick, obviously, the application has outlined what we do a little bit, and we started, obviously, this charity. I started this charity as founder in 2008 simply by, I own some rental property and bringing in some families from 3 local bases to simply, my place was empty most of the winter, to bring them in with their families. I'd pay for the cleaning. And I thought I could get a few more owners on board, and by the end of 2009, we had upwards of 400 property owners on Hilton Head Island wanting to donate a free week's use to deserving military families from our 3 local bases. And we were off and running, and to date, we've brought well over 1,500 military families in to experience a 4 to 7 night free night stay. Originally, our mission statement was really to offer these families a chance to rest and relax. But as I've given many talks over the island, and we've been on national news as well, it's turned into more, the R&R has turned into more reconnect and reintegrate. The many reintegration issues that these military families deal with, such as the divorce rates, the suicides, the post-traumatic stress, alcoholism, etc. And our qualitative analysis from commanding generals and officers at the bases say that what we've done has been a huge help to these families. I had one commanding general that said that what we do up here on Hilton Head Island for these families is more than our military and the Pentagon does for these families. But anyways, we had a video that we were going to send to Zendaya. It's a wonderful updated PR video that was done down at Fort Stewart Army Base by one of my board members who's a retired colonel. The problem is the video was 9 minutes and 5 seconds, so if we showed that video, it would leave 55 seconds for us to talk. I then tried to cut it down, and he sent it to me last night at about 3 a.m. because they had trouble blending it together a little bit, and I said, don't worry about it. And I sent that 9 minute, 5 second video to Zendaya to distribute to all of you committee members to look at it, in your own time. And it gives a very much better idea of what we do. And there's so many scenes on and about Hilton Head Island. We were on Fox National News a few years back, and there's a nice quick little piece about that was broadcast nationally about a beautiful island, little island off South Carolina. Hilton Head has offered their homes to families. So your time, you can look at that. What we've noticed is when we would bring families up, they are typically met by a group. We have upwards of 75, 80, basically retired couples on Hilton Head Island that once we place a family, we turn all the contact information up from that family to the greeter. It's now up to the greeter to arrange to meet the families when they come up. The greeters escort them to their rental properties. They give them a gift bag with all of our supplies that we offer them, our directory. And the greeter's the contact point for that military family the whole time that they're here. Early on, we had a little problem with some of our greeters. They would call me up and say, oh my heavens, we just met a wonderful soldier and his wife and 3 kids. And we would like to invite them to our big, beautiful oceanfront home to meet the neighbors and have a cocktail party and a cookout. And we had to step in and say, they really don't want to go to your house. They just want to be left alone. So we kind of had to deal with that. But as a result of that, we discovered slowly but surely that these families, for the most part, surprisingly to me at the time, have never been to Hilton Head Island, even though they live in Beaufort or, south of here in the Savannah area. And as we all know, they were so blown away that we've seen comments when they respond back to us that we've been up to Hilton Head many, many times since then to experience our beaches, our restaurants, our shops. And oftentimes they've come up and stayed with their greeter families at their house. So we finally discovered that these families are coming back time and time again. And then a few years ago, we started bringing the Gold Star parents these are parents of a son or daughter who was killed in action, and we've been very successful in bringing them in, and we'll bring them in from anywhere in the country. As a matter of fact, speaking, we have a Gold Star family on the island right now, and we're going to be meeting with them tomorrow with Local Life magazine to do a pictorial article on this family and their experience here. He's a pastor, his wife is a social worker. I talked to them last night, and they're from Texas. They've never been to Hilton Head in their life, and I kind of smiled because I knew it was coming. They said they had absolutely no idea how gorgeous this island was, how peaceful and relaxing it is. They've walked the beach at sunrise every morning, and they've said this is just such a spectacular place. They look forward to coming back here with themselves and family and friends many times. So this is what we see. John, do you want to talk a little bit about your?
Yeah, I think one of the things that got me going, the way I found out about Operation R&R was a few years ago. I was watching the news, and here all of a sudden the Hilton Head lighthouse pops up, and it's an article on morning news about this island and what it's doing as far as support to military families. And I said to my wife, so there were people in our past that have helped us the same way. I said, I think this is something we ought to get involved in, and that's how I met Doc Evans. In my own case, what happened was I was stationed temporarily over here at Fort Stewart. This is back in like 1978, that time frame, and place was just really starting to get going. And we came over here and really liked it and came back a number of times. And when a person's in the military and they're transferred around the country, one of the things they're doing is they're casing out places where they would like to retire to. So we'd lived Colorado, we'd lived in Texas, we'd lived in California, all over the country. And this always kind of stuck in the back of our mind, and that's where we retired. I think this has a significant impact. We're on the military committee of the Greater Island Council. We talked to them about the economic impact that a military family has. A lot of people don't understand it, but Congressional Budget Office estimates that with benefits and everything else, a soldier that's been in 2 years, and that's about the time they're going to start getting leave and moving around, has in salary and benefits $100,000 a year minimum. That's after they've been in 2 years. When they retire, they have a pension, and they've already got an income. And so if they come here, they bring their pension with them. Also, like in my case, I had a second career where I worked out of my home, and paid taxes on that, and generated more income to the area. So that it's nice. Military retirees, as far as living here, are good for the economy, and they're good for the infrastructure, because most of the time they don't have kids. What I mean by that is they have kids, but they're generally grown up. They've gone on to college. They're not here to impact the schools and all that sort of thing. So there's a significant economic benefit to having military families. That's my 2 cents.
Yeah, and I know with John and I on the military committee with retired General Claudia Kennedy, she's the committee head on the Greater Island Council. We had several Zoom meetings, and we've got some to explore. We now understand they took an interest, obviously, in Operation R&R because that's what we do. It wasn't initially our intention, but we promote tourism through military families, Gold Star, and retired people. And we're now starting to focus more on ways that we can get hold of active and retired military to entice them to not only come visit, but to live here, make this their retirement. I know in our last board meeting, I said to our board members, I said, it would be actually accurate and correct for us to add to our mission statement that in an effort to promote and increase tourism on Hilton Head Island, we dedicate ourselves to providing recently deployed military families gold star to Hilton Head for a virtually free week stay in order to reconnect. That would actually fit in nicely with our mission statement, and it would be very accurate. And we may actually do that. And I mentioned earlier about the directory. This is the, you can see this directory I'm holding up.
Put it in. Take it closer to your face. There you go.
All right. This is the directory that's supplied to each family that comes in. And at one time, we've toned it down a little bit, but we had 65 restaurants all on Hilton Head Island. We had 35 service-related businesses such as water sports, bike rentals, babysitting, etc. For the wives, we had hairdressers, nail technicians for facials, and they used to love that because I guess they don't get facials and pedicures too much on base. And so this is supplied, and most of our participating partners, as we call them, offer discounts. Typically, the restaurants are buy one, get one free. If the owner or the manager of the restaurants discovers that's a military operation or in our family, they typically pick up the whole tab. And we added this year the Marriott, Courtyard by Marriott. Obviously, we know the new hotel down on Pope Avenue. They're in our program now, and they offer 1 to 3 night stays. Some of our families, due to schooling and work-wise, they can't commit to the 4 to 7 night stay in a home or villa. So the Courtyard by Marriott provides a room for 1 to 3 night stays at no charge. We've toned down our participating partners a little bit to about 40 restaurants. Some of the restaurants we had there were high-end restaurants on Hilton Head, and these families really can't be bringing their children and afford that. So we've tightened it up a little bit, but we've just had tremendous response. This charity started on Hilton Head. It involves management companies, a lot of private owners that donate. By the way, we run our program from September through middle end of April. Obviously, everything is rented in the summer, and we have difficulty in getting our needed rental. So we really run this in the off season, which further helps the restaurants and participating partners because we're bringing in families during their downtime, which they like. So, and again, that's about all I have to say, and hopefully you'll have the opportunity to take a look at the video that Zendaya sent out. And
Hey,
lastly, I
Grant,
just wanted to
give
say,
them the website too.
it's it's www.orrus.org. It's in the application. Yeah, we have a wonderful website as well. Our webmaster is a former Special Forces Army guy who does website design and maintenance, and he's been fantastic. So, John, do you have anything else to add?
All I was going to do is talk about the website, and that's how the process works. We let the people know points of contact on the 5 bases around here: Stewart, Hunter, the Naval Hospital, Paris Island, and the Air Station. And they put the website on their local command information website. People link to it, and they come to us and they make an application to come for as many days as up to 7 as possible. And then from there, the contact information is given to the greeter. The greeter gets the directory and welcome bag, meets them, takes them to their accommodations, and gives them a briefing on the island and turns them loose. We get letters back, people wanting to thank the owners that supplied the accommodation, and it's a good feeling.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Well, that's actually perfect timing to transition. We've got about 5 minutes left for questions, so we can remain on schedule. So what I'll do is go through the roll call and see who has questions. And I'll go ahead and go last. So, Mr. Arnold, any questions for the folks at Operation R&R?
All right. Well, first of all, thank you very much for what you do. Appreciate you taking care of our veterans and giving them that R&R time that they well deserve. The only question I have is on the amount of tourism that you're pulling into the island and the heads and the beds. Do you have off the top of your head the number? You may have said in the presentation, I just missed it. The number of people you're drawing into the island each year, or what you anticipate seeing in 2021.
Our typical goal is upwards of 200 families each season, as I call it. I think the largest year we had, we brought in somewhere around 240 families from September through the end of April. This year, because of COVID, I've told my board, let's go ahead and tone down a little bit. We're very good at what we do, bringing in over 1,500 families. We've really got it down to a science, but I said, let's kind of scale it back a little bit. Now, ironically, what we're finding is there was a number of brigades at Fort Stewart that have just come back, and there is a ton of families. The chaplains pretty much lead it in, but our goal this year is possibly 100 to 125. We can handle more if it happens, but we're not forcing that issue. But our goal is usually per season is around 200. You start getting much higher than that, I worry about the quality of what we're doing starts to fade a little bit, and we don't want that.
And do you know what the average group size is when they come? Is it usually just a couple, or you said they bring their families, but do you have any data that shows how many people typically travel in these groups?
80 to 85% of our families are soldier or Marine, spouse, and one to two children.
Okay, so a family, generally 4 or 5 people.
Yes.
Great. That's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Arnold. Mr. Berghausen.
Mr. Arnold just stole all my questions. We're
good to hear.
I was checking the arithmetic. I'm good.
Okay. Mr. Farrell.
More of a comment than I just think I get the chills listening to you two, and I congratulate you. And it's an honor to listen to you, and I thank you for your example to us, to me and to us. That's really all I have.
Want to be a greeter?
By the way, if anybody wants to be a greeter, obviously let Zendaya know, because that's the funnest, cheapest thing to do, meet the families, and you'll cry. Most of the greeters always cry when they meet them.
Yeah.
Go to the website, sign up if you're interested.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Fluker.
Thank you both.
I don't have anything here, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Ms. Martin?
Again, thank you very much for what you do for our forces and our veterans. One quick question to go on Steve's question. Are there times you say on average it's just your, what I call a standard family, mom and dad and the 1 or 2 kids? Are there times that you'll have a 3-generational family like the parents of a soldier?
Really good question. Early on, we actually had an aggressive board meeting several years back because for some unknown reason, some of our board members found out that a lot of these soldiers, as you know, don't see their parents for years.
Right.
And we would have, next thing you know, we would have a soldier, spouse, couple kids. His brother and his wife and 2 kids are coming. His mom and dad are flying in from Iowa. And the next thing you know, we've got 12 people. And a couple of our board members said, well, that's not what we're supposed to be doing. And I said, wait a minute, it is not up to us to determine how best these military families reconnect and reintegrate with their families. And if it's spending quality time at an oceanfront home on Hilton Head Island with the entire extended family, we're going to find a place. And we've brought in, that's happened quite often. And I think it's great.
Yeah, and the reason I asked that question is, because of your change of, rest and relax into, reconnect and reintegrate. I think that's important. And like you're right, these families don't get to see their extended family on a regular basis. And I think if we have that opportunity and we have the means to do that in terms of the space, then I think we should offer that. So thank you.
Yes. And yeah.
Great. And thank you, John. Thank you, Grant. Really appreciate it. Obviously, having worked with you both, know that you're a great asset to the community and appreciate all you do. My only really question or comment is for us on the ATAX board, I know you guys are a new applicant. We really want to make sure that we're really data driven. So if you can go back to 2019 and part of 2020 and show the total number of families and the total number of people, those are really important factors for us in making those decisions when it comes down to finalizing it. So just making sure that that's clear and concise within the application would be great. So, but again, thank you for all that you do for our community. Our time is up, and we appreciate your time, gentlemen.
Quick final comment is we are going to start emailing every family that comes in now, instead of having them send back 5 questions, which are, was this your first trip to Hilton Head? What was your family's experienced here? Did your week on Hilton Head help deal with the reintegration issue? Do you see yourself coming back to Hilton Head to experience our beach shops? And will you tell others the benefits of vacationing and living on Hilton Head? That's going to be emailed to every single family for a response back, so we can have a qualitative measurement of results.
Great. Thank you for that.
Thank
Awesome,
you.
gentlemen. Appreciate it. We're moving on to the next one. So Zendaya, we've got Main Street Youth Theater. Are they on and available?
Mr. Chairman, I believe I see Cinda. There she is.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, Cinda.
Okay,
It looks like you.
there
you go.
we good?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. Everybody ready then for me? I am Cinda Seaman, Chairman of the Board, Main Street Youth Theater. We've been in business for over 20 years, producing shows. We are what you would call true community theater. We use young kids, parents, families. We are really what community theater is all about. The vision of Judy Gallagher when she founded the theater was putting young actors in the spotlight, and we've been doing that for over 20 years. Although we're not a destination, so to speak, when families come here, they are looking for quality, live theater that's good for the whole family, and that's what we want to bring to the community. We've had kids as young as 5-year-old in our show, and we've had people in their late 80s in our shows. We have families in it. We have brothers and sisters. We have sons and daughters, husbands and wives. So we really are providing a great experience within our organization, as well as what we offer to visitors and also to the locals. Since we are open to everyone, our auditions are open to everyone, we are able to choose the prime talent. If we're not tied to a school or any organization, auditions are open to anyone, and that way we really can pick the cream of the crop. We are getting some incredible talent within our organization. So when you hear youth theater, don't be fooled. We are not a kiddie theater. We are doing some super pro productions, which families love. People love. Every summer they come back. What are you doing this summer? We can't wait to see. We've sort of got a formula where we're doing a younger show for the younger kids 18 and under in the spring, letting those younger kids own that show and work their way through Main Street as they grow up. In the summer, we try to get a blockbuster, a whole family favorite, because that's when we have so many visitors. We've done Grease. We've done High School Musical. We've done Guys and Dolls. We try to pick shows that are family-friendly, affordable for the entire family to attend. Fall, typically, we will do maybe a Christmas musical. So that being said, we were lucky this year. We got to do Peter Pan Jr. in March. We ran a one-weekend show, closed about a week before everything shut down. So we were able to get one show in. The other good news was we had already booked Seussical for our summer blockbuster. The company moved our deposit and our show to 2021. We are already booked for the last 2 weeks of June for Seussical, and hopefully the fall. We're going ahead as if everything's going to be a great year. What have we been doing in the meantime? The first thing we did was we hired a new marketing company. We had a great marketing guy. He developed our logo. He took us so far And then we realized we needed a much higher level of visibility. We needed to really get the word out. Social media was getting more used, and we're already doing print, we're already doing radio, and we decided to research a marketing company who could really take us to the next level as far as promoting us. We interviewed some companies. We found somebody who did merchant associations, who did other theaters, who understood the timeline of shows and driving the momentum and driving the excitement of the next show. So we've got that underway. He's rebuilding our website, and we really want to try to reach more people, and we feel like we probably can. The other thing we did was we did a workshop for our board because we wanted to really make sure that our mission was clear and strong, that we were all on the same page. We always believe we have been, but we thought this was a good time to reevaluate who we are, what we're doing, and are we doing what we say we're doing? What we did is we threw out all the words and phrases and everything that we thought we did, got rid of the fluff, and came up with a new mission statement. Engage the artist in anyone. Inspire the arts in everyone. How does that look? That looks like we engage the artist in anyone. A child who might have a knack for lighting or sound. Someone who might be interested in costumes. We've used junior choreographers before who have been mentored by adults. We have actors, costume people. We find the niche in everyone. There's an artist in everyone, and we want to pull that out. We want to use them. We want to bring them into our theater, and we want to hopefully stay with them for years. Some of our people have been through Main Street, and they're now in New York doing commercials for Verizon, Walmart. They've made film their career. So, and then of course we want to inspire the arts in everyone. So hopefully people come in, wow, what a fantastic show, what a great show, loved it. Look at these kids, look at these parents, look at these families, look at what's happening here. I just think we provide something that no one else does because we are really true community theater on Hilton Head. So again, we want to drive business, and we try to choose shows that we think will appeal to everyone. We try to make our prices affordable to everyone. We provide quality live theater to visitors and locals. We track everything by zip code, so we're getting a little bit better at our number data. We've been trying for the past few years to do that, but we are providing such an experience for kids. We're building confidence. We're bringing kids out of their shell. This is a time when kids need to be able to express themselves, and the arts are so important. So they grow up with a real appreciation of the arts, what happens behind the scenes, what happens on the stage. And again, I believe we are really focused in engaging the artist in everyone and inspiring the arts in everyone. So does anyone have any questions?
Great, thank you so much. We really appreciate that, Cinda. And obviously, Main Street Youth is a great program. What we'll do is we'll go through the role, and we'll go ahead and I'll go ahead and be last. But Mr. Arnold, did you have any questions for Cinda and Main Street Youth?
Thank you very much for your comments and presentation here. Your 2020 application was for $20,000, and the recommendation from the ATAX and the awarded funds were $17,000. And for your 2021 application, there's an increase of $5,000, taking your total request to $25,000. What is the reasoning for the increase of $5,000 year over year? Is that having to do with the new marketing platform that you're reaching out towards?
Correct, right, exactly. That's one of them. And also, we're seeing pricing go up with a lot of the theater companies now. Rights have gone up. In order to bring in quality production teams like directors and stuff, we've got to remain competitive in what we pay. But, shows are expensive, $30,000, $40,000 to run a show. By the time you pay for rights and tracks and librettos and all of the things that come with it, which we've all learned in the process. And the marketing is huge. We've really done our homework. We've interviewed people over these last few months. We really want someone who can take us to the next level, get the word out to people, and being up on all the latest social media platforms that are out there. My board is a working board. We all have jobs, so we're volunteers. So we need an expert in that field.
Thank you. That's all I have.
All right, Mr. Berghausen.
I send a thank you for your presentation. On the tourists that attend, I see in your numbers, you say documented number of tourists, it shows as 40, and the total number of patrons is 600. What is that over what time period? Could you help me understand?
Yeah, the 600 was for Peter Pan. That was just for this show this year. Those numbers, I believe, just applied to 2020. When I talked to my treasurer about it, she said questions were asked in a different way, and that 600 really applies just to our first show of the year, and those numbers apply to the first show of the year.
Okay, would you say that they're fairly typical of what a show does?
We're seeing about 50-50 now. We are seeing more visitors, and visitors and tourists, I know there's a couple different definitions who travels within certain miles, but we're seeing a little bit of an increase in visitors.
Okay, and it looks like you're tracking by zip codes, and so thank you for doing that's about as good as we all can do, but that way we can really separate visitors from tourists to distinguish. So thank you.
Right. For the most part, we do have people that walk up and pay cash. That's always going to happen, but yeah, for the most part, we think that's doing pretty well for us.
Okay.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Berghausen. Mr. Farrell.
Cinda, thank you for your presentation. I'm curious about what did you, and you may have mentioned this, the total number of local participants that participate annually, approximately?
You mean that actually are in shows?
Yes.
We cast about 25 to 30 in each show, and then figure your backstage team of another 15. Your whole production crew of another 15. So, and when we did Wizard of Oz one summer, which was huge, we had 80 kids try out, and we cast 50. That's all we could fit on the stage. But usually, typically, we try to do around 25, 30 for a cast. So we do 3 shows a year, and then add another 15 to each show with your production team. So if that gives you an idea.
So 120-ish.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Great.
Thank you, Mr. Farrell. Mr. Fluker.
Yes, and thank you for your presentation. I'm noticing as we go through the mounds of figures we get from our staff, and they do a great job for us, that you had about 10,000 and change left over from the budget from last year, ATAX budget.
Okay.
So you would have available about 35,000 and change. Is that correct?
Right. Yeah.
Okay. That would be about twice what the committee allotted you last year. Do you see, within your budget, the need for that type of funding?
Well, the more we get, the more we can do. We do 3 shows. Okay, let's add another show. Let's add some camps. If we're going to do some summer camps for kids, some pre-audition camps, some jazz camps, some Broadway camps, that's a whole nother set of marketing tools that we need to get out there and reach people. So sure, if we can get that money, we're going to put it to good use, and we're going to do more.
I don't have any other questions, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Fluker. Ms. Martin.
Hi, Cinda. Thanks for the presentation. That was very enlightening. A couple of quick questions. Do you have like an average of what are your local attendees versus visitors or out of town guests, so to speak? Is there a percentage there?
Not exact, but not that I have seen. When I talked to my treasurer last night, who did all these, she told us we're about 50-50. We're about 50% visitors and tourists, about 50% locals. I feel like we have more locals. But,
and since these are, primarily tourism dollars, how do you mentioned, new marketing company, or how do you actually go about marketing to visitors, to tourism that come to the island, whether it's near or far? How do you spend those dollars doing that?
Well, that's why we hired another social media guy, because a new person, because you know what? We don't know that. As board members who have other jobs and we're not really that savvy, we said we need someone who can do that. Like I said, we interviewed quite a few people, and this guy has done theater companies, which theater companies typically want to pull people in from other areas. There's a lot of outreaching areas that are even close by that we need to tap into. So that's what we're having him work on. He's rebuilding the website. We're talking to him about we've got to reach more people, period. Visitors, locals, everybody. We've got to get on some of these platforms that people are looking at that we're not familiar with. So that's what we're trying to work with him, and that's why we took that step to hire someone new. We just were at a good level, but we were pretty stagnant. I mean, we were like, we have got to up these numbers. These shows are expensive. We've got to get people in. We've got to see what Main Street is about. First of all, they're going to love the productions and the kinds of shows that they're able to see. And when they're on vacation, again, we aren't a destination, but when they get here, and it's like, what can we do? We've got to make sure all that's available to them. Especially a lot of tourists read a lot of those print booklets that are out at the hotels. We've got to reach a lot of the timeshares and hotels and that kind of thing too, because people come in and they're looking for stuff to do. So we're hoping this new company, who seems to have a lot of experience with merchant associations with theater companies, can help us do that.
All right, thank you.
Great. Thank you, as always, for a great presentation, Cinda. All that you do and your board does. I, along with many other folks on this call, have been on working boards, so thank you for your efforts. Mr. Fluker asked my question, which was confirming the amount of leftover versus the additional ask. And just really to make sure, for clarifying, it's really focused on the marketing efforts. The ask is solely really for the marketing efforts of all the current shows that you have, and if there would be additional funds, then you could put that towards additional productions costs. Am I correct in my assumption?
Yes, you are correct.
Okay, great. I just wanted to make sure that for clarification for the record, we did know that it was for the marketing of, like you said, both tourists and visitors. So, well, that's great. I have no other further questions. We thank you for your presentation and your time today. And again, thank you for all that you do for our community.
Thank you all so much.
All right, Zendaya, with that, we're 3 minutes ahead. Yay. We are on to the town of Hilton Head. I would assume that y'all are ready.
Yes, sir. I have Marcy Benson on the line, and she is available to go ahead and speak to you guys.
Great.
Good morning. For the record, my name is Marcy Benson. I'm the Senior Grants Administrator for the town, and I will be presenting the Municipal Town Operations Tourism Support ATAX application this morning. In last year's ATAX funding cycle, the town received approximately $1.3 million for tourism support services, which included public safety, facilities management services, and Office of Cultural Affairs services. The total amount of those funds were used for those services. The public safety category for this application has a budget of approximately $846,000, and that includes police services, beach services, and code enforcement services. The facilities management category of this application has a budget of approximately $1.6 million, and that includes the costs for maintaining the town-owned properties. And the Office of Cultural Affairs Services category for this application has a budget of approximately $258,000, and that includes the operation of the town's Office of Cultural Affairs. This office facilitates and coordinates resources and needs between cultural activity providers, and they also work with the partners and the Hilton Head Island Chamber of Commerce to draw cultural tourists to the area. This office also helps raise awareness of existing arts, history, and cultural offerings and agencies to both residents and visitors, and they also develop new and creative programming. The town bases the effectiveness on ATAX funding by using the impact of visitors in relation to the island's total population. This impact is determined by computing the equivalent population that visitors comprise. And in last year's application, the visitor impact was determined to comprise 54% of the total population, which includes both visitors and residents. And in this year's application, the figure was slightly higher at 55%. The total budget that the town devotes to tourism-related activities of public safety, facilities management services, and Office of Cultural Affairs services, as it's described in this application, is approximately $2.7 million for fiscal year 2021. By using the visitor impact percentage of 55%, the amount allowed to be funded would be approximately $1.5 million. However, due to effects of COVID-19 on the local organizations, and because the town desires to support other agencies and their activities, and at this time the town has alternate means, we are requesting $1 million in 2021 ATAX funding. This amount is less than what the town qualifies for under the South Carolina ATAX code, and this request was reduced from the 55% allowed to 36.24% requested in order to preserve grant capacity for other applicant agencies. The ATAX funds requested in this application will be used for a portion of the cost for police and beach safety services, municipal code and land management ordinance enforcement services, roadside, pathway, and public park maintenance, and the Office of Cultural Affairs. This request will be used to enhance the visitor experience by maintaining and accentuating the man-made and natural environments, also by providing a safe vacation destination and to promote cultural assets. The impact of these efforts is based on our visitor population in relation to the town's permanent population. And the number of visitors was documented by using visitor statistics provided to the town by the Hilton Head Island Regional Chamber of Commerce and Visitor and Convention Bureau. And the number of patrons served include visitors and the town's permanent population as indicated in the 2010 U.S. Census. This funding request would be used to support tourism-related public services. And by funding these operations, the image as a leading vacation destination will be preserved for the visitors that come to Hilton Head Island every year. The projects listed in this application will uphold the beautiful natural environment of the island. It will encourage the sense of a safe vacation destination, and it will also promote cultural assets. If partial funding is granted to the projects listed in this application, the projects will still move forward, and funding from the town's general fund will be used to complete the projects. This application will enable the town to maintain a safe and secure environment, promote cultural affairs, while also allowing visitors to enjoy spending their leisure time in a premier vacation destination. And it will allow us to provide aesthetically pleasing, safe, unique, and culturally rich vacation destination. And it's anticipated visitors will continue to visit and return to Hilton Head Island. The request in this application is comprised of tourism-related events at 6% of the total request, and for tourism-related public services, comprise 94% of this application request. This application will enable the town to extend its financial reach to include more work on more projects. The town collaborates with the Beaufort County Sheriff's Office as well as Shore Beach Services to provide law enforcement and beach safety services. And the Director of Cultural Affairs works directly with the cultural organizations on the island to promote cultural tourism, including working with the Arts Council of Hilton Head Island to promote the annual Crescendo Festival of over 100 cultural events in the shoulder season. This funding request represents an amount which is less than what is allowed by law, and this request has been limited to the amount which represents a sum used to deliver municipal services for tourism activity for visitors, as estimated from statistics provided by the Chamber of Commerce and Convention Bureau. In the past, the town has received accommodation tax funding for rehabilitation of existing pathways, as well as design and construction of new town pathways. We've also received funding that assisted with landscape and litter control services, police services, town code enforcement services, and through previous ATAX funded projects, the objective of providing a beautiful natural environment and safe vacation destination have been achieved. The funds allocated have enabled the town to extend its financial reach to many projects. The general safety level and upkeep of town facilities benefit both the community and the tourism industry. And while not always easy to quantify, the town improvements and projects funded with ATAX dollars are of significant benefit to the tourism industry. That concludes my presentation, and now I'd be happy to answer any questions that the committee may have.
Great, thank you so much. Always very well done. So we appreciate that, and thank you for putting in all of the numbers. And we'll go ahead and start with some questions by roll. So, Mr. Arnold.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I don't really have any questions on your request, more just comments of, and thanks for the work you guys do to keep the island in tip-top shape. We've experienced an influx of tourism, especially continuing into the fall. And I know you guys have had your hands full with keeping the pathways clear and getting the debris and trash off the beaches this year. And we thank you for those efforts. But I have no questions. Thank you for the consideration of other applicants as well in your request this year.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Arnold. Mr. Berghausen.
Yeah, thank you, Drew. Thanks for the presentation. Really nicely done in completing the application. It's hard to stay in the boxes and communicate what you need to communicate. So I thought you did that very nicely, and it's much appreciated. It makes our job a whole lot easier too. Another observation is $1 million requests to do what you do for 2.65 million visitors amounts to about 38 cents a visitor. So I think it's pretty remarkable that you can do what you do for 38 cents. Thank you very much for that. When you talk about visitors, I think you're speaking collectively of what we technically call visitors and tourists, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. And when you were looking at how it equates to the full-time population, I'm backing into the fact that you must count on a visitor for an average stay of about 3 days. Would that be right?
I can get that. The average stay is actually 6.6 days is the number I've used.
Okay. 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 Fine. That's all of my questions. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Berghausen. We're moving on to Mr. Farrell.
My question, I hope it's an appropriate time for it. With the uptick in occupancy and volume relative to the COVID, we have not experienced an off season here in many regards. As a matter of fact, our volume has gone up considerably. Does that have an impact on your services? And I would imagine it's proportionately, there's more demands on your time and efforts. Is that accurate?
I would assume so, but I would have to speak with our facilities management department to get specific figures on that. But I would assume that it is correct. Your assumption is correct.
Well, I think that makes that fact that your request is lower even more admirable. Some of this was unpredictable, but more of a comment than a question. But thank you for your presentation very much, and for all your efforts.
Thank you.
Great. All righty. Thank you, Mr. Farrell. Mr. Fluker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The only question I have is on that 6% or approximately $60,000 that will go into promotion of cultural activities and such. Is there any specific designation for that, or is that just kind of a blanket designation for all of the events that will happen?
It would go into that department's budget for use in the events as the director sees fit.
So that would be for the promotion of perhaps, numerous then events throughout the year.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fluker. Ms. Martin.
I don't have any specific questions. I do want to thank you for a very thorough presentation in terms of the numbers and the allocations and all that. I, being a resident of Hilton Head, do thank you again I do utilize a lot of the services here on the island, and I never take them for granted. So just listening to what you had to talk about in your requests, I just kind of say it's definitely always needed. So thank you for keeping the island beautiful.
Thank you.
Great. And I would echo my comments with the sentiments of the committee. It's very admirable that the town is willing to take into consideration the impact of COVID in all of 2020 on all of the other applicants and ask for a much lower percentage of your operating budget, less than almost a third of what you can ask for. It says a lot about how the town understands the current situation and how the town is responding to that. And I think that's very admirable and should be noted for our community so that they can understand the impact that everyone at the town of Hilton Head is doing to try and help our community. So thank you for that. With that, we are done for the moment, and we can go ahead and Cindy, are we okay to go into a break until 11 o'clock?
Yes, sir. That is absolutely fine.
Okay. We'll see everyone back here at 11 o'clock.
Thank you.
All right, everyone. Welcome back. We are right on time, and we will go ahead and restart the meeting with the first tee of the Low Country. And it looks like Mr. Farrell will be recusing himself from this presentation.
Did you mute Mr. Zook?
Am I allowed to listen and watch, or just keep quiet?
You are allowed to go ahead and watch and listen, yes.
All right.
Thank you.
Mr. Zook, I see you here. Are you able to unmute yourself?
Okay, wait, I'm going to hit unmute all just to see. Okay, now I'm going to go back and mute.
I'll text him. I just texted him.
Hello?
Yes, sir. Yes. Thank you. Mr. Zook, you're ready to start your presentation whenever you have a moment.
I'm sorry, I had to increase the volume on my phone there, or on my computer there. I'm sorry, I missed what was just said.
I was just saying you're free to start your presentation.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, first of all, thank you for taking the time to look at this. I know you all are taking time away from your jobs and your families and your occupations and your free time, and we really appreciate the work you're doing by serving on the ATAX committee. So thank you for that. Just real quickly, let me pop this up and I'll share my screen with you. Quickly, before we get started, can you all see the screen, by the way? Okay, great. Just in case you don't know what the First Tee is or you're new to this process, the First Tee is a youth development organization. We have a curriculum of life skills, core values, and healthy habits that the kids learn while they're learning to play golf. So it's a very hands-on experience. That's our main purpose. Where we do that here on the island is at our facility at 151 Gumtree Road. We share space with the Boys and Girls Club. It consists of 10 acres of town-owned land. It's got a 325-yard driving range with teeing grounds at both ends. There's a 6-hole par 3 course, complete short game practice facilities, a 9-hole disc golf course, and a stock fishing pond. The par 3 golf course and the maintained disc golf course are the only facilities like that available to the public here on the island. Some highlights from this year, granted, weird a little bit to be talking about highlights, but we have had a few. We've been able to grant $19,000 in scholarship for our kids in the program this year. So we're moving on. We hired a superintendent to maintain the facility, and we have increased the marketing of our facility. So we increased our marketing budget this year. And pre-COVID, visitors in January and February, we were up 20%. Then, of course, everything died off. And then in September and October to date this year, we're up 59% total visitors to the facility versus last year. So this notion of hiring a superintendent and aggressively marketing more aggressively marketing the facility is beginning to show some real dividends. So you can see, we'll zip through this. There's the real COVID effects of this year, mostly with our school program and our outreach. So our total visitors, the biggest difference here, the reason that's down so much is we host the One Island 4th of July celebration every year, which of course was canceled. That averages about 2,200 people. So if you look at that, if you were to add that in, we're actually a little ahead on them if you compare apples to apples to last year. Our tourism rate is over 57%, way up from last year. Golf participants, way up from last year. And disc golf, a significant increase from last year. So we're headed in the right direction with all of our metrics for this year. And this is just a look at where they come from. Obviously, the Southeast is the biggest area, and I'm sure it comes no shock to all of you that the next two largest areas are the Midwest and the Northeast. So that's pretty much my my presentation. We're asking for $25,000 like we did last year. We didn't feel it made much sense to ask for more than last year. But if you see in the kindness of your hearts to give us a little more, we'll gladly accept it. So. Take any questions you like.
Mr. Fluker?
Yes.
Would you mind go ahead and
Sorry about that, guys.
Okay, there.
Sorry.
I was on mute and I didn't. Yes, we'll go ahead and start to get into questions. With that, we'll go through a roll. And Mr. Arnold, do you have questions?
My question is, last year you were awarded 25,000, but looking at the numbers provided, it doesn't look like you guys took a draw on that, and your remaining amount was still 25,000. So is this an additional request for an additional
No,
25,000?
I'm within one or two invoices of requesting that 25,000. I'm about 24,600 right now. So I just looked
Okay,
at it
so
this morning. So yeah, we're using the whole 25,000 for this year. Absolutely.
okay for this year, so this is a new ask for next year, an
Yes,
additional 25,000.
exactly. Yes.
Okay. I have no further questions then. I just needed some clarification on that.
All righty. Mr. Berghausen.
All right, great. Thank you. You do a really nice job on tracking. I want to acknowledge that and say we appreciate that. Roughly 48% tourists, 37% visitor, leaves about 15% as locals. And would you concur? I got that right?
Well, through this, looking at this year and last year, if I figured it up roughly, you're pretty close. Yeah.
Okay, in the right ballpark. And you're making some headway at getting more people through. It looks, if I'm honest, a concern would be the low number of visitors per day. You know, nine per day, and 25,000 is a lot to get 9 per day. But you're moving in the right direction. You're seeing improvement. And I saw mention of kind of rack cards. Is that what you're attributing the movement to, the positive developments?
Well, I think it's two things combined. We are more aggressively marketing the facility than we have in the past. We've sort of reworked the marketing program so that the facility marketing is more present. The rack card program is all about the facility. Because that's obviously geared towards visitors, and they're not going to sign up for an 8-week program.
Yeah.
So yes, that's a part of it. And the one thing that I've noticed just over the last 30 or 45 days is we're starting to get people come in and say, hey, my buddy told me about this place, that it's in such great shape, and you guys are it's a really great place to practice, and it's inexpensive, and we're starting to get a lot of really good word of mouth referrals, quite frankly. I mean, that's been really impressive over the last couple of weeks, because we hired Grant Backus, who worked at Palmetto Hall and a couple other places, as our superintendent, and he's done an amazing job with the facility. In fact, you guys ought to come out and just take a look at it, if nothing else, because I think you'd be impressed by it.
I might do that. So do you have any thoughts on how you see this tourist number moving forward in the next few years, say?
I think if we continue with what we started this year, as far as marketing, I think we'll get there. It's hard to say that because we had such a lull in the middle of the year, but just the last 2 months have been very encouraging.
Okay. And anybody can play, right?
Absolutely. Open to the public.
Okay, great. Thank you. And no further questions.
All righty. Mr. Farrell has recused himself, so Mr. Fluker.
I don't really have any questions. However, I do want to, I was looking at your numbers from last year's application, this year's application, and I am impressed that while the number of overall patrons and visitors was down significantly, your tourist numbers didn't go down that much. A couple hundred based on the numbers you gave application last year and application this year. So that must have something to do with your marketing, that the people from out of town are coming in more than the ones from nearby.
And in reality, we're marketing once they get here. I mean, it doesn't make much sense for us to advertise in Ohio to come see our facility. But I think we're doing a pretty effective job of marketing to people once they arrive on the island.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Fluker. Ms. Martin.
Yes, hi. Having used your facilities a few years ago, I actually was a coach when you all first opened. Now I kind of work full time, so I don't have the time anymore, but I do have a couple of questions. When visitors, to the island come to, how do they find out about you? How do you market to them?
Well, we advertise on Facebook, Instagram. We have a marketing consultant who does all that, so there's probably a couple more that I probably have never heard of, quite frankly. But we do have a rat card program.
Okay.
So that's pretty aggressive. And like I said, we've gotten a ton of word of mouth referrals from people this year. Every time I think about it, it kind of amazes me a little how many we do have.
So Pat, for example, if I'm talking to, people coming from Ohio on the phone, they're coming next week, for example, for vacation, and they're asking about golf practice facilities, I can recommend them to the First Tee? Is that what
absolutely. And you can also recommend it as an extremely affordable place.
Okay.
Family of four can basically spend the whole day here, do 4 or 5 different activities for $40.
Okay. I was just wondering about that. So those were my primary. Other than that, I mean, the knowledge that I had about the First Tee was that you reach out to youth, and do coaching sessions and classes and all that. How does that impact that, or do you have a set aside time for those sessions and then open to the public for the rest of the time? How does that work?
The facility is pretty large.
Mm-hmm.
So very, very seldom do we have to say, oh, you can't go out there, we've got a class going on.
Okay. That's interesting.
I think it's happened probably a handful of times this year, just when we have, it's pretty rare.
Okay. Cool. Thank you.
Great, and thanks as always, Pat. It's a great facility. I have been out several times, with my kids, and I always like to see and ask folks that are out there, are they locals? Are they coming in from out of town? And I know the impact of being, I believe, one of only, less than a handful of facilities in the country for First Tee, which is phenomenal. To have that here on Hilton Head Island, it's a great asset to our community. And Jim Fluker made my point known, which was great to see that your tourist traffic has remained somewhat steady throughout the pandemic. And I'm hopeful. It seems like there's been a somewhat of a resurgence in the game of golf, due to COVID, and I hope that trend continues and that the First Tee of the Low Country is a part of that. So we thank you for your time and your application.
Well, thank you, and I'll just I'll remind you that we're always looking for volunteers. So if you do have a few free hours after work, give us a call. But thank you for your time today. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Pat. Appreciate it.
Bye now.
Well, good. We're a few minutes ahead of schedule. I'll ask if Zendaya, if she has the folks from the Gold Museum of Hilton Head Island available to go ahead and start.
Yes, I do see Miss Nell Hay, who is a representative of the Gullah Museum. Miss Hay, are you ready to present?
Yes.
You are able to unmute your camera at this time.
I'm going to let Louise go first. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am, we can.
Okay, Louise. Good morning.
Morning.
I'm Louise Miller Cohen. I'm the founder and director of the Gullah Museum here on Hilton Head Island. I'm a member of the 5th generation of my family. And my great-great-grandfather escaped from slavery with his wife and 3 children, rowing across Broad River, making their way to Mitchellville, to Hilton Head Island. He served as a soldier in the Civil War. And when the Mitchellville experience was over, our people had to leave there and defend for themselves. When they were given the opportunity, they was obedient to God and provided land. And of course, Proverbs 13:22 say, a good man leaveth an inheritance to his children's children. So William Simmons, my great-grandfather, purchased 15 acres of land on Gumtree Road. A house was built there for his grandson, William Dewey Simmons. And of course, that house is 90 years old this year. In 2003, I felt the urge that that house needed to be saved. So then we started the Gullah Museum project. And in 2010, the house was restored. Today, it's the only restored house, Gullah house on Hilton Head Island. And that's where the Gullah Museum is. But not only was it just restored, that house will help preserve and restore, revive our culture here on Hilton Head Island, which we was ashamed of for a long time. But that shame is no longer there because the culture has to be saved. It has to be preserved for our children and other people that come to Hilton Head Island. So on that site, which we call the Authentic Gullah Geechee Cultural Heritage Site, not only is the little house restored, the little house is 90 years old this year, but we have two other farm tenant houses on that site as well. They are like 70 years old. All these structures was built before the bridge. We have another very important structure on that site. It's the body of the first 18-wheeler that came across Hilton Head Bridge when it was built in 1956. And as we research it, and it is amazing how one of our guests that visited the site on November 30th, 2019, and I was just talking about the different structures that we have on the site. Lo and behold, we was talking to someone that we really need to talk to. It was Phil Waldrop and his wife Jeanette, one of our visitors that raised his hand, and he could tell me that he was really affiliated with Great Dane, and we got Great Dane involved, and so far they have restored the outer part of the body of that 18-wheeler that provided living quarters for my arena when the house burned down in 1965. So we have visitors from all over the United States, from Africa, Australia, Canada, etc. And just yesterday, I got an email from someone in the Netherlands who want to know more about our language. He's writing a poem, and he would like to include the Gullah language in that. So we're here to preserve, protect, and promote our Gullah culture on Hilton Head Island. And what you see there is that black and white picture, of course, is way back when that little house provided shelter for people like the ones that came to work on the tomato farm and the flower farm back in the day. So that's what it looked like way back then. And of course, at 1 minute, it really was run down. You're going to see that on the PowerPoint. And then what you see in the far right-hand corner is after it was restored. And of course, what you see to the lower right-hand corner are the two farmhouses that are up for restoration now. We have a canopy over them to help preserve and protect them while we get them restored. Yeah, you can go to the next one. And of course, we have functions, and during the month of February, well, of course, the whole month is Gullah Celebration Month. We are part of that, and food, of course, get right to the heart and keep our body strong. And the Gullah breakfast is something that we started over 20-some years ago, and we still do that as of 2020. I don't know what 2021 is going to hold for us with that. Another function that we have that is very, very important and also that brings money to the Gullah Museum is honoring our people. And these are people that toiled and worked over the years. And we just think it's just so fitting for us to recognize the work that they have done. And Of course, that's a January function that we usually have, as well as quilting, and we're trying to keep some of these things alive so our children will learn how to do that, how to quilt, because at one time we had to do that in order to keep us warm. In October is usually the month when we have the Gullah Food Festival. And of course, you can see the people that participated in that. And they get to walk through the house. And of course, we always say walking back in time, that over the years. And a lot of the people are just fascinated to walk through this house because they remember their great grandparents' houses. And of course, a lot of them say the little house even smelled like their great grandparents' house. So people are really, really excited about coming to Hilton Head Island and being able to experience the Gullah culture. The concert is something that we've been having for years, and also that is just one of the many things that we have during the year. And this is usually held at the Providence Presbyterian Church. And Sanford Jones is the person that have been doing that for years to help bring some income to the Gullah Museum. And of course, our video back in the day through the eyes of the Gullah elders, and we have at least 10 of our Gullah elders telling their story. And this is a great piece of history for us and for everybody, really, because we have lost 5 of those people already, have gone home to be with the Lord. So we're just so grateful that we got their stories before they said goodbye to us. And of course, how we advertise through billboards up on 95 that bring a lot of attraction and tourists to the Gullah Museum. And so we have people visiting from far and near. And what is so amazing is that we are right here on the island. The schools have walked the children down to the site. So it is a piece of history that the Native Island can be proud of, because we are Native Islanders and we do have the story. And our ancestors, people talk about the 40 acres and a mule. Our ancestors was not given the 40 acres nor the mule. They purchased what they have. And this is the land that a lot of us still reside on today. And of course, our ad, we have printed ads and digital media through Bluffton Today and Hilton Head Island vacation planners. Those are some of the ways that we advertise. We have cinema advertisements. Oh yeah, that's something new this year in our national outdoor media. So these are some new things that we have added this year. Yeah, as well as social media, Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. These are how we are advertising.
Over 230,000 visitors, and we had 1,300 patrons and visitors, and Louise alone saw almost 500 people that visited the Blue House, and she did presentations, and we have spent about $30,000. Well, the patrons have spent about $30,000 to patronize the Gullah Museum, and we are very, very proud of our accomplishments. And we listened to a lot of your feedback from last year, and we took it on, and we did surveys. Each visitor had to sign in and tell us where they came from and all of that. So we were able to generate a lot of data that way. So we did listen to your recommendations from last year. And we are currently going through doing some additional renovations. We are having an outhouse built. Graco is donating the lumber. We have some volunteers from the community who's going to volunteer to actually do the building. And we have John Ivins who built the shelters over the two old structures on the property. Hilton Head Public Service District, we finally installed the hand pump on the property. We have a batteau that was built by Mr. Frank Kidd, and it was donated by Mr. Barnwell Enterprises. And the mobile trailer that you see on the property there, it's being restored by the Great Dane. And Amari Ferris is going to paint a mural on the side of the Great Dane trailer. So we have accomplished quite a bit this year. We are very, very proud of what we've done. So COVID-19 really did put a damper on everything because we had to cancel our Gullah Food Fest in October. We had to cancel our oyster roast in March. And we had over 144 people who had signed up to participate in the oyster roast, and others were going to purchase tickets as they came on the property. So we have lost a lot of revenue this year because of the coronavirus, and we have been closed for having visitors on the property since March. And we are currently closed, but we are now exploring ways that we could have a virtual tour of the museum. So we are working on that. So we are hoping to generate some more funding that way as well. So that concludes our presentation. And here you see a list of our partnerships. So we have NIPCA, Graco, Breedlove, PSD, Central Oak Grove, Montcalvary, Missionary Baptist Church, Gullah Tours, Home Depot, Providence Presbyterian, and the Chamber of Commerce. And of course, I said NIPCA, so we have quite a few sponsors and partnerships in the community as well. And the list continues to grow. So that is the conclusion of our presentation. Any questions?
Great. Thank you so much. That was a wonderful presentation. Really appreciate it. You guys have adapted to the COVID environment very well with your presentation. We appreciate that. It was very, very good. What we'll do is go through a roll call of the committee members and see if there are any questions. Mr. Arnold.
Yeah, thank you very much for your presentation, and thank you for what you do to share the history of the island and the Gullah culture. Looking at the numbers, it looks like you have the $55,000 that were awarded last year rolling over. Is that correct?
Well, yes, we are about to file a reimbursement form, and we are late getting that requested because we have a new treasurer, and he is kind of catching up to what he needs to do and the procedures in which to request a reimbursement. So that's why we haven't requested any funds to date, but that's being worked on.
Do you know how much that reimbursement request is going to be for?
I think it's going to be over $20-something thousand.
And then
27,000.
Okay, around 27,000. And then there's an additional ask for 17,000 for this year, correct, on the application?
Correct.
Great. Just wanted to make sure I had those numbers documented down. Thank you for taking our recommendations from last year to collect the data of the visitors coming your way. I think that we'll all see the benefit of that data. And can you elaborate on how you plan on using that data of the tourists that you're seeing coming in, capturing where they're coming from, what markets, and your plans of using that data to reach out to new visitors?
We're going to increase our marketing campaign. So we're going to reach a broader area. Yeah, so we're going to, try to encourage more people to attend and to come and visit the Gullah Museum, and also participate in our activities that we have planned for the upcoming year.
Great, thank you very much. That's all I have.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Arnold. Mr. Berghausen.
Great, thank you. Thank you for your presentation. What a work of love that you put forth to make this all happen. It's very admirable. Just a question or two. I'm trying to understand your numbers of tourists and patrons. On the form, you show 1,301 patrons, total patrons, including visitors, and then 976 tourists. Are those 976 tourists part of the 1,301?
Yes.
Okay. And then how about the number of visitors, 1,181? That's also part of the 1,301?
The 1301 is the actual number.
Okay.
The breakdown is an error.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think we're seeing the same thing. I was going to add the number of tourists to the number of visitors, and I get a number that's bigger than the 1301.
Yes, it was an error.
Okay. Do you know what the numbers should be?
Not at this time.
Okay.
We have to go back and recalculate it.
Okay. Well, maybe you could just follow up so we get that right in our records and in our discussions. The only other question I have for you is I saw in the budget that you've got $20,000 allocated for advertising and marketing. And then I saw in your presentation billboards, what I assume that's part of the marketing expense. What else would you be doing to market these events and activities? How will you spend that money?
We do an advertising in USA Today.
Okay.
And we're looking to increase that as well.
Okay. So between that, the USA Today and the billboards, is that the bulk of your planned advertising and marketing?
And also we'll be advertising in the movie theaters.
Okay.
Local newspapers. And state advertising, statewide advertising.
Okay. Okay. Great. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Berghausen. Mr. Farrell.
I think I had my questions answered, but I applaud you for your passion for this, and I think it is a critical part of our history, and I think it's a wonderful. It needs to be told. It's a story that needs to be told, and we can't lose sight of it. So thank you for your efforts, and I think I have all my questions answered.
It's a lot of work.
Great.
You like it though, right?
Yeah, I love it. I love it.
That's it.
Awesome. Thank you, Mr. Farrell. Mr. Fluker.
Yes, well, I commend you on your presentation and also on the increase in numbers actually from last year to this year. I don't know if that's in essence just doing a better track of counting people or not, but it's impressive in this year where we've seen so much, so many cancellations and so much isolation that your numbers are up significantly from what your numbers were last year. I just want to make sure that I understand that really you're only asking for a need that was equal to last year's need, right? About $55,000, and 17 of that would be new money, and then the rest of it would be rollover money.
Yes.
Okay. I have no further questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Fluker. Ms. Martin.
I too commend you for the amazing amount of work, and I can only imagine how much work you're putting into this. So thank you for that. My only question is, in terms of, you mentioned USA Today advertising, billboard, movie theaters, and all that. How are you measuring the impact that those pieces of advertising have in terms of, what you're bringing in? Do you have mechanisms in place to measure?
Well, we just have an increase of influx of people,
Then we ask them.
and they fill out surveys once they get on the property, and we're keeping up with the tally of that.
Okay. Are you also, because I'm assuming that there's some word of mouth too from one person to
Yes.
another that
A lot of word of mouth.
a lot of
A
word of
lot
mouth.
of that.
Okay.
We're still getting calls about the canceled oyster roast that we had scheduled for March.
Mm-hmm.
They still want to come.
calls.
We
Wow.
also had to cancel the summer camp for the children.
And we had to cancel the summer camp. We do a cultural summer camp every June, the month
Okay.
of June. And we have various artists from sweetgrass basket sewing, drumming, fishing and crabbing. So we expose the kids to a lot, but that was canceled this past June because of COVID-19.
A lot of stuff has happened because of COVID-19. Those were my questions. Thank you for answering them.
You're welcome.
Great. Well, thank you so much. One of the best presentations we've seen so far in terms of providing us with data on the screen. So thank you very much for that. Very, very well prepared. Very well done, in just in the sense of looking here at your numbers. Applaud you, especially with the tough economic conditions and all the uncertainty that 2020 has done. You guys are moving both the museum and the culture in the right direction. So we just really commend you for all of your efforts. I have the pleasure of driving by the museum every day, and I have been many times. So it's great that you carry on about not only the tradition but the influence of the Gullah people here in our area. So we really appreciate that. Thank you very much, ladies.
Thank you for your help.
All right. Thank you. So with that, right on time almost, Zendaya, we'll move on to the Art League.
Yes, sir. We have Kristen, Miss Janice Gray, and Pat Batten online.
Yep.
Hello. Zendaya, are we okay to start?
Yes,
You
ma'am,
ladies are
you
ready to
are.
start anytime.
Thank you. All right, good morning. My name is Kristen McIntosh. I am the General Manager for Art League of Hilton Head. Also attending is our current President, Pat Batten, and our past President, Janice Gray, to assist if I have any questions for you all. So I have prepared a PowerPoint presentation, and I will share that to your screens now. All right, can you all see this okay? Okay. All right, can you see the PowerPoint okay? Yes, okay. All right, so Art League of Hilton Head, we operate 2 facilities on the island. The first one is Art League Academy. It's located South Island at 106 Cordillo Parkway. We rent that space from the Island Rec Center, and there we teach visual art classes and workshops. We also have Art League Gallery located inside of the Art Center, which we rent from as well. And here we host monthly changing visual art exhibitions and host several special events each year. Art League of Hilton Head's mission is to inspire the visual arts for our community and its visitors through exhibitions, education, and partnerships. We believe by nurturing the artist, we enrich the community. I would like to now discuss the 3 components of our mission. The first being exhibitions. We host a new exhibit with a featured artist and 200 local artists in our gallery every 4 weeks. In addition, we host several special events each year that usually are a fundraising effort with one of our partners. We truly are the hub to see local art on our island. So these images here are the exhibits we've had this year, the featured artist exhibits, and in addition, there's about 200 member artworks also on display. Each year, we also host a national juried exhibition where we give cash prizes. These exhibits bring national attention to our gallery and even more our island. Biennale 2019 showed artworks from 100 artists from 25 states, and our current exhibit, actually, if you haven't been in to see it, is Craft Hilton Head 2020, and we presented 80 artists' works from 22 states. The next component of our mission is education. Art League Academy welcomes student artists to explore all media at all skill level, including true beginners. Our instructors are professional art educators, and our students can choose from many art classes and workshops that change monthly. We bring in several nationally recognized guest instructors to teach special workshops several times per year. In 2020 alone, Art League Academy has hosted 122 classes or workshops, either in person or virtually. Two of our guest instructors I would like to highlight are first, TJ Cunningham. He taught a workshop at our facility this past February. TJ was named an emerging artist in Southwest Airs magazine in their 21 Under 31 article. He's since then won awards from the Plein Air Salon, the Portrait Society of America, the Art Renewal Center, and the Oil Painters of America. And then Catherine Hillis is a teacher from St. Simon's Island, Georgia. She has taught at the infamous Art League School in Alexandria, Virginia, Frederick Community College in Maryland, and at art centers across the U.S. and around the world. Her in-person workshop actually got canceled due to COVID-19, so she taught a virtual workshop every Saturday in September, which filled and was highly successful. The next and last part of our mission is partnerships. We love partnerships. Just to highlight a few of them, we partner with NIBCA every February. We allow them to use the gallery for the Gullah exhibit. We also give them a permanent Gullah art wall to display art year-round in the gallery. And then the last 2 summers, we've hosted a summer Gullah exhibit at our Academy facility. We provide Hilton Head Symphony Orchestra with artwork. We provide local scholarships for local high school students. We donate the gallery space for the art center to use on their media nights. We let Lead Ensemble use the space. We let several other nonprofits use the space for free for their events. We display artwork around the town at Hilton Head Hospital, St. Joseph Candler Medical Center, the Other Sisters Wine Bar, Hilton Head Library. We host an art market at Caligny Plaza the 4th Friday of every month. We provided artists for the Hilton Head Middle School History Project, and we helped wire the final artwork, and we can't wait to be able to see the unveiling of that. We partner with Allendale Correctional Facility still after our exhibit with them last year by providing donated art supplies and instructors. And our president, Pat Baden, is a member of the Arts Council of Hilton Head, part of the town's Office of Cultural Affairs, and a member of its Crescendo Committee. Lots of partnerships. Okay, so the big question is, how do we spend our ATAX funds? Part of our funds are used for print advertising. We advertise locally in Bluffton Today, Hilton Head Monthly, Hilton Head Sun, and Low Country Weekly. We advertise nationally in magazines such as Plein Air Magazine and Ceramics Monthly. To the right on the screen here, you'll see an ad we posted in May to advertise for our current exhibit that's on now. And this was not only a call for entries, but the little orange bubble here is, if you're around, come and see it too. these are some examples of our local ads that we post. You'll see this ad or some variation of it in all of the newspapers I just mentioned. These are our national ads. We posted twice in Plain Air magazine this year. This is the national magazine, and as you can see, we really highlighted Hilton Head Island with the focus of how the visual arts and the beauty of our island go hand in hand. Just looking at our island inspires people to want to create. We truly believe that by offering workshops with the national instructors that are listed here, we can bring tourists to the island. The next part of our ATAX funds are spent on digital advertising, and that basically breaks down into two components: search engine marketing, SEM, and search engine optimization, SEO. Search engine marketing is a digital marketing strategy. It's used to increase the visibility of a website on a search engine. So we want to show up on the first page of Google or whatever search engine you use. Part of SEM is using targeted display ads. So with our monthly exhibit, we create a ad, and it may be all different sizes depending on what space is available. But if you walk into one of our geofences, which I'll get to in a minute, or you've came into the gallery, you may get served, or you even searched a keyword that we put, you may get served one of these ads when you're on your browser. Just in 2019 alone, these ads were served 2,366,000 impressions, which is a lot. So back to geofencing. Geofencing is another tool that's part of SEM. It's location-based, where you walk into an invisible fence. Say here in the Art Center, we had a fence around it. We now flagged you, and then for 30 days, you might get served one of those ads that you saw. Our top geofences were Palmetto Dunes, yes, in its entirety, the Westin, and the Beach House Resort. The other part of digital marketing that we use is search engine optimization, and that has two components as well: NAP consistency and Google My Business postings. So NAP consistency refers to the accuracy of the location's business's name, address, and phone number, and it basically just makes it to where it's consistent throughout, because almost anybody can open up a new page on Facebook and say they're at Art League Gallery of Hilton instead of Hilton Head, and then all of a sudden we have two listings for the same thing, and one's accurate and one's not. So by creating consistency across the board, it makes a consistency in our brand. Since we've started with first page marketing to improve our SEO, our NAP consistency scores at the Academy have went from 26% to 89%. And our gallery score has went from 56 to 99%. The second part of the SEO is Google My Business. This is a tool where basically you can post as your business to prove that your business is real and you're not a robot or anything like that. So our Google My Business profile numbers are steadily improving. The Academy page clicks in 2019 averaged 200 per month. Last month we had 286. Amazingly, Art League Academy has showed up in 177,000 Google searches since January of 2019. Art League Gallery had an average click of 100 per month, and last month that was at 212. Art League Gallery has showed up in over 53,000 Google searches since January of 2019. Our website traffic is measured by Google Analytics. According to our website, we have had almost 16,000 users in 2020. On the map drawn here, you'll see that any area in blue shows that we've had viewers on our website from that area. The analytics also show that our viewers have an affinity towards food and dining, travel, shopping, and entertainment. Studies have shown tourists with an interest in the arts are more likely to spend money while visiting as well. Social media footprint has continued to grow. We started investing more heavily in individual boosting of our ads on Facebook posts. Since the last 90 days, we've reached more than 60,000 individuals, with the top states being South Carolina, Georgia, California, and New York. An image from our fabulous face exhibit actually went viral on Instagram with more than 3,000 likes, which is really cool. Our public relations and marketing, we just are continuing to streamline and standardize our brand. We consult quarterly with our marketing partners. We created a new rat card this year, as you can see here, really aimed at tourists and how to find us. We go on Talk of the Town, which we can then share on all of our social media platforms, and it's also aired directly to tourists. So how are we doing? Our art sales are at 44% as of August 31 of what they were in 2019. Our academy tuition is at 75%, which is on course to maintain our 2019 tuition sales. Our staff and board have survived this pandemic by moving our presence of artwork sales and artwork classes online. We've had 6 different instructors offer courses online, which has allowed us to retain our current student base and expand. Our classes have reached people in Illinois, New York, New Jersey, California, Michigan, other countries like Canada, Great Britain, and India. Another virtual aspect is that we began offering online art auctions. During the closing, the gallery was closed for 2 months. We showed all of the artwork online, so you could see the entire gallery virtually. And then we also started having individual art auctions for our artists. And we've had new customers from Illinois, Florida, Texas, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, New York, and so on. Our classes and sales not only support our artists, but they also showcase the beauty of our island. A lot of the topics of the paintings that we sell and the classes that we teach are of the area and of the beauty of our area. Although 2020 has been a struggle, I would like to highlight that pre-COVID-19, it was going to be a banner year for Art League of Hilton Head. We won 3 awards: SCORE's Client of the Year Award, Hilton Head Monthly's Reader's Choice Award for Favorite Art Gallery, and the Island Packet's Low Country's Best Art Gallery Award. So what is next for Art League? Our next big event is 2021 Biennale. It's our 27th national juried show, and it's the longest running juried show on our island. And then in 2022, we celebrate our 50th anniversary. I've been an employee of Art League of Hilton Head for almost 6 years, and I have seen this organization grow tremendously, and I can't wait to celebrate our first 50 years, and I can't wait to see how our next 50 will go. At this time, I would like to thank you, the ATAX committee, and open up my remaining time for any questions.
Perfect. Great presentation, Kristen. Very, very well done. Well put together. Was just looking through some things on my end. But what we'll do is we'll start with a roll call of questions, starting with Mr. Arnold.
Yeah, thank you very much for the wonderful presentation. Thank you for all the data points that were shared. And I know 2020 was a struggle for a lot of folks, but glad to see that you're going to rebound and keep moving forward. Just to clarify on your request from last year and where you stand this year, you still have about 50,000 that you're rolling over from last year. Is that still an accurate count?
No, we plan to do a second and third quarter submission probably next week and intend to use the full 65,000 this year.
Okay, great. And so the application again is 65,000, the same as last year.
Correct.
Okay. No, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
All righty. Moving on, Mr. Berghaus.
Great. Kristen, I think this was a model presentation. I think the way you filled out the application is just a model. And so thank you for being so careful at how you went about this. you all have great tracking numbers. You give us a lot of confidence that you really know what's working and what isn't working. I see in your budget you've got $65,000 for advertising, marketing, promotion, and you do a nice job of listing it and showing us how you're going to spend that money. And you've shown us with great care and confidence that you'll know what's working and what isn't working. So I have no questions really. So thank you. Nicely done.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Berghausen. Mr. Farrell.
Kristen, you say you're 6 years with the Art League?
Yes.
I would imagine it took you most of those 6 years to prepare that presentation. It seemed pretty comprehensive to me, and you anticipated a lot of our questions. And as Jim said, it was a model presentation, and I think Pat's probably agreeing with me that they're very fortunate to have you. And thank you for everything you did that was respectful of our time. And I think you'll make up for the COVID conditions are unique to us all. It's affected everybody's businesses differently, but I think we can predict you'll recover very nicely. So thank you very much for your efforts.
Thank you so much.
Great. Thank you so much. And Mr. Fluker.
Yes, thank you. Kristen, again, I would again applaud you on the presentation and on your numbers. I'm impressed with the numbers. As I look at last year's application and I look at this year's application and I looked at the tourist numbers, and despite the fact that you've been closed for a great deal of that time, you actually had an increase in tourism during that time. And is that because of, and I'm going to and specific to the going online with your classes and with your art sales and such?
I think that has made a huge difference in keeping our name out there too, and making sure that people knew when we were open that we were open and they can come back. And it was something that was a very easy socially distant activity to come to a gallery or take a virtual class.
So I applaud you on the ability to take a side step or a different step to continue to get your name out there. So thank you very much. I'm going to increase of 5,000 tourists when your overall numbers were down by about 3,000. That's impressive. So
thank you.
Thank you.
Great. All right, now Ms. Martin.
Kristen and Pat, this was one of the best presentations I've ever seen. I love your analytics. I mean, those are spot on. I especially love the creativity, visual creativity, creativity that you've had in reaching tourists and continuing to grow that area. One thing I really like is your ads. I mean, they call out, your logo's spot on, and I just can't say anything more. I look forward to you guys celebrating your 50th anniversary 2 years from now or a year and a half from now. And Pat, I say, hang on to Kristen for a lot longer, okay?
Believe me, we will. Yeah.
Thank you.
She's a gem.
I don't have any specific questions other than, my standard questions has been pretty much for all our presenters. What's your ratio, what's your average of tourists that you reach versus local community? Because this is important to the local community as well.
Mm-hmm. What I reported in our application was that our gallery guest book reported 51% tourists, and our academy was 56% tourists.
Okay, that's pretty impressive, actually. So keep doing what you're doing, because you're doing incredible. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, great. Well, again, Kristen, again, just a model for the presentation. Unfortunately for you, this is live and being recorded. So Pat, you might have your hands full with other local organizations trying to make a run on Kristen.
No, she's mine.
Yes, that's right. That's right. So well done, and again, precise, concise with what we needed in terms of the information, preventively answering all of our questions. So thank you very much for that. I just applaud you for both the regional and national exposure that you do for the island. Those are the kinds of things that we as the grant committee are looking for. So we really appreciate that. And again, we thank you so much both for your time.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. All right, with that, we move on to our next presenter. We're a couple of minutes behind, but it's the Mitchellville Preservation Project. Zendaya, are those folks ready?
Yes, Mr. Ahmad Ward is online. And Ahmad, you can go ahead and start your presentation.
All right. Good afternoon now, everybody. And I realize that I stand between you and lunch, so I will move through this in quick as fast as possible to make sure that you can get to the well-deserved break. So I am going to try to see if I can share my screen here. Okay, bear with me just 1 second. Let me make sure I'm in the right situation. There we go. Can everybody see?
Yes, sir.
All right. And I'm going to turn my audio up here a little bit. So, again, my name is Ahmad Ward. I'm with Historic Mitchellville Freedom Park. I am the executive director, and I have the pleasure of trying to make this this event be a possibility of the park. As people have already stated, as you can imagine, that COVID-19 really kind of gummed up the works for a lot of nonprofits, not just here but across the country. And so after we had to cancel our Blues and Barbecue fundraiser, which was in March, we had to make a determination. And so, okay, we can sit here and complain, or we can move forward. And so we made a distinct decision to move towards digital all the way around the board. And so we couldn't have people in the park because the park was actually closed until about May 30th. So we took all of our programs, including our Griot's Corner program, which is our literacy program, and moved it online. We had to make a determination about our Juneteenth program. And so I think our decisions bore fruit. And so we're going to go through those real quickly and then have any questions from
Mr. Ahmad?
Yes.
I
Yes.
believe we're back. I believe we're back now. I'm sorry, your presentation wasn't there, but we're good now.
Okay.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
just let me know if something happened, because I all I can see, I can't see everybody, but I can see my screen.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So let's move forward. The big thing for us, of course, Juneteenth. Last year, our Juneteenth festival brought 1,200 people into the park from all over the region. And so not having that program was going to be a big deal for us. But we made a determination that we needed to talk about Juneteenth, especially in this year with everything that's been uncovered with social unrest and the impact of the pandemic. And so we took this opportunity to use ATAX funds to partner with the Charles H. Wright Museum in Detroit, the Northwest African American Museum in Seattle, Washington, the National Civil Rights Museum in Memphis, Tennessee, the National Underground Railroad Freedom Center in Cincinnati, and the Black Archives and Historic Lyric Theater in Miami, Florida, to create a joint Juneteenth celebration that was broadcast on June the 19th, 2020 on BLK, which is of course shorthand for blackfreedom.org. And that is still up. So I encourage all of you, if you didn't see it in June, you can still see it now. And so what we were able to do was use the funds to help us with editing. We actually had the responsibility of editing the entire programs. We had clips from each one of the organizations. The launch on June 19th had a reach for the website of 91,000 people. We had over 35,000 folks to watch it live. We thought, okay, if we get 20,000 people, we're doing okay. We overshot that, and we're very pleased by that. The impressions were over 167,000 impressions. We were able to create a partnership with TikTok, which placed the event on their landing page for the day and accounted for about 34,000 referrals out of that reach of 91,000. I have a little video here. Let's see if it actually works. Let's see. So hopefully you can see this. This is what the landing page looked like on TikTok all day long. And if you know anything about TikTok, I don't get on it, but there's our program. That was when you went to TikTok, you saw blackfreedom.org and our Juneteenth festival with those 6 museums. And so we were really, really, really pleased with that. We reached some audiences that we would have never reached before. And when you clicked on that, it took you right to our site. And that is our page. That's where we broadcast it, and you can still see it, of course, right now if you would like to. So we're very thankful we were able to do that. Let's look at other results. The funding allowed us to create 2 different ads for USA Today. There's a Black History Month periodical that we've been in for a number of years, and also this year we started with the Go Escape Gulf Coast in the Southeast. These periodicals both have a reach of 5 million people across the country. Okay, so that's the February and also spring going into the summer. It was more like the midsummer because, of course, COVID delayed everything. But you can still see those periodicals if you want to take a look. Despite the coronavirus shutdown, we still were able to welcome about 500 people in the park for guided tours. Tours made about 55% of that participation. And so this number looks a little gaudy, but when you take all the programs we were able to do and you look at what we were able to do before the shutdown in the park, and also with the Juneteenth program and the Mitchellville Spotlights programs that we put together, we were able to reach about 76,000 people across the country during the time frame that I was in front of you last. The 2 Mitchellville Spotlight programs had about 2,800 viewers across the country. The Finding Freedom's Home exhibition, which is in the West and that we promote heavily, even with the shutdown, there were still 17,000 people that came to see it on the 2nd floor of the Weston building. And our online ads that you helped us to secure, we had 2.7 million impressions for these programs. So we still got a couple things to do. We wanted to make sure you're using your funds the correct way. And so our anniversary forum, which we usually do in place, is now taking place virtually. That'll be next week. You can register now at exploremitchellville.org. Hope to see you do that. It is a free registration. That'll be from 3 to 6 p.m. on both days. Some of the people that we will have featured at this program, of course, our own Superintendent Frank Rodriguez, to talk about what this year has meant for the digital divide in education and the issues that children face. Damian Thomas, who is the sports curator for the National Museum of African American History and Culture, to look at athletes and activism. And Deanna D. Reed and Rena Evers Everett, who is the daughter of Medgar Evers, who will be talking about protests and the fight for the vote from then and now, given that this is an election year. The other cool thing that we're going to be able to do with funding is this is a picture from the holiday tree lighting from last year. We had about 200 people out there in the park. We can't do that, obviously, this year. And so what we've done is taking this opportunity to really push a season greetings around the world in the park. So we're going to do our holiday tree lighting on a 3-day period, December 5th through the 7th, 6 to 8 on all 3 of those days. And you'll be able to go around the world in the park. And so you'll be able to drive through the park and you'll see aspects from different places around the world. We think this is an event that will drive people throughout the region because, hey, we're just sitting here. And we just wanted to do something to still push the holiday season and still have people feel a good feeling about moving to the end of the year, even though this has been a pretty rough one. And so I think this is something that people will enjoy. I think it will pull people from outside of the area, and we're excited to be able to do that. So what about this year coming up? We will continue to promote the Finding Freedom's Home Archaeology Mitchellville exhibition. This is our big outreach situation. Even though people who are staying at the hotel come to see it, we have a number of people who are in the area as tourists that go to the Westin just to see the exhibition. That usually either predates a visit to the park or that's after they visited the park and they want to learn more about what we're doing. Hopefully, we'll be able to do Blues and Barbecue in March of 2021. Of course, that's predicated on safety considerations, so we're going to follow what the doctors tell us, and they will move accordingly from there. So, but we may end up doing a virtual fundraiser next year if things are not safe. We also hope we can get back into Juneteenth in the park. This is from 2019. Again, we had scores of people from New York, from Virginia, from Alabama, from Mississippi, from Florida, from Philadelphia, and we want to get back out there. And so hopefully we'll be able to do that safely and following the rules and regulations that the town put on the parks. We're going to continue with the tours. Hopefully we'll be able to do that. We actually started tours again in the park, socially distanced. They have to wear a mask. Those are very small, no more than about 20 people or so. But hopefully we'll be able to continue to open up as long as people are following directions and will help us to do that. At this point, you've probably heard that the plan has been approved. And we're very excited about that. This is one of the diagrams of the park, what it'll look like. These funds will help us to move promotion of the park and the project to the general public, because we do plan to enter into a capital campaign here very soon. I'm actually interviewing campaign managers right now to help us to raise the money. You might also heard we got approval from the county for a little over $500,000 to start with infrastructure in the park. To get us going, we feel really good about where we are and the impact that these things will have in the long run for visitation to Hilton Head Island. And that partnership that we entered into with Juneteenth, we want to keep that going. We're actually talking right now about a potential Kwanzaa program, but what we're really probably going to end up doing is a King Day program in January for next year. And so we'll be operating with some of the same players that you see here registered, and also the Anacostia Museum, which was like the first Black museum with the Smithsonian, and potentially the DuSable Museum in Chicago. So what are we using these things for? Strategic marketing management, continuation of the branding, creation of collateral pieces and displays. You see the figures there. Implementation of our key tourism events and programming. We want to be able to do the stuff that we wanted to do physically this year, so we're asking for the same amount of money. Fully understanding that it all depends on how the finances fall. But we believe, based on our momentum, based on the fact that the move to digital this year really opened us up to some other people that we did not see. I mean, after the Juneteenth program, we had like 200 followers just like that same day on our social media. And that's continued to grow. And that was able to get us into places that we just weren't able to get to before. In fact, that program we were able to connect with public television. So PBS stations in about 23 states also carried that program during the course of that day. And we also ended up in about 29 libraries around the country for that presentation. So this is just telling you how we're going to promote it. We do everything: print, radio, TV, social media. We go as far as we can go. You see where the media buys are going to be. But honestly, given what the success we'll be able to have with these other online presentations, media buys are going to be wherever we have reach, where we can trace the reach from the Juneteenth, where we can trace the reach from the Spotlight programs and from the Griot's Corner programs. And so at this point, given the move to digital, we believe that we have reach across the country. And we think that will serve us very well when we actually get to the chance to be in physical mode again, and definitely when the park is up and running, which will be hopefully in a few years. So with that, I'll take any questions. I will stop sharing my screen so I can see everybody. And I'm here to get your feedback.
Great, thank you, Ahmad. Great presentation as always. Can tell that you guys have pivoted in a digital direction with your presentation, so that was great. What we'll do is we'll go through a roll call and have questions that way. So, Mr. Arnold.
Yeah, thank you very much for the presentations. This is one of those that I look forward to every year. Thank you for finding a new way to move forward in 2020 and not just standing still. It creates a lot of challenges when you have a project that's ongoing and you can't really get people in to see the project. So tip of the cap to you guys for moving forward in that direction.
Thank you.
Thank you for putting the eyes on the island any way you can, even in a time when people couldn't move around. So thanks again for that and for thinking outside the box. Could you briefly just give us an update on your remaining balance from last year? Do you guys have any plans to submit for reimbursement from your rollover? just so we can get our numbers straightened out.
Yeah, you're talking about for the current year. Yes, we do plan on spending. In fact, we're actually crafting another invoice or a statement for Zendaya right now. So
Okay.
we fully expect to expend all the funds.
Okay. So, and we're just moving forward with the same request as last year of that 185, correct?
Right.
Awesome. Well, thanks again. I look forward to seeing what you guys have in store for 2021. Hopefully we can get that thing opened up, and congratulations on the successes so far.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Sir.
Awesome. Mr. Berghausen.
Great, thank you, Ahmad. It's always fun to see our people adjust, bob and weave, and do what we need to do to deal with what's been handed to us. So well done. I usually ask the questions, it seems, about the numbers here of visitors and tourists.
Right.
Visitors plus tourists does equal the total patrons. In the way you've counted people, are locals that come to your project part of the visitor total?
Right. That's been my understanding, and then we put everybody else in tourists. One of the reasons that we went for last year's numbers, because I really wasn't sure how we'll be able to account for the virtual until I got here today, which I probably could have used those figures, because we did, that will put us probably about 88% because everybody was outside of the area this year. But that's how we do Chronicle.
Okay, great. And of the $185,000 request, and you show us how you would spend it, is that $185,000 in the budget that you submitted to us?
Yes.
Okay.
You can see it there.
I can't line it up exactly with the categories, but I don't want to bog us down in
Okay.
that
Well,
detail.
I'll say this: the majority of what we've broken out in the, if you look at the marketing lines in the budget, you can directly trace a lot of that back to the marketing lines from last year, from what we have here. And programmatic should be the same way. If I had thought about that, I would have put that up a different way for you. But if you look at the 65,000, you look at the 105,000 as far as programming and marketing, you should be able to make a direct correlation with the line. That's why we wanted to break out some of the stuff. If I need to, I'll tell you this: if I need to send you a different version that breaks out all of the programming, I can do that, if that'll make your life easier. Because I have it.
Well, if you've got it, I'll look at it. But if you have to prepare it, I can live with what I've got. It lines up pretty well.
It's not a problem, because what I try to do is not give you all of the really expansive stuff I had to give my board. So but I can get that to you if it'll make your life easier during your conversation.
But you're telling me that the 185 is in your budget.
Sure. Absolutely.
It's there. That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Farrell.
I too applaud you for your adaptability. I'm curious, so the net operating income on the budget is 146,000?
Let me pull it up real quick.
So the statement of financial income for January through July, and that is inclusive, is that before the roll, what's yet to be rolled in, or is that reflect?
That's probably, given when I had to turn this in, that's probably before the last roll in.
So that doesn't reflect it does not include the ATAX monies?
No, it does. That should include the first, and I'm looking at when we got our last payout from y'all. That should include everything that we've gotten from you so far.
84,000 of that. Oh no, 84 plus 20, right?
Yes, sir.
So there's still a $65,000 carryover.
Mm-hmm. But like I said before, we have we actually are crafting the next piece for your office, so that should be coming in probably as early as next week, and so there'll be another large chunk out of that number.
Right. And then you're going to have to do a capital plan for the new expansion and the new development, right?
Yeah, we're working on that right now.
I bet.
But those funds, of course, ATAX funds will not touch those things, obviously.
No. Okay. Congratulations and thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Great. Mr. Fluker.
Thank you. I don't have any questions. My colleagues are doing a great job of asking questions I would have asked as to money and such like that. I'll just express a disappointment that we won't be out underneath the big oak in December lighting it. We'll have to just drive by, I guess, on those 2 or 3 nights.
I was hoping that we were able to get back out there, but it doesn't look like we can.
Yeah. Thank you for all your work. I don't have any other questions or comments.
Thank you, sir.
Great. All right, Miss Martin.
I too, I'm like Jim. I'm the last one to ask questions. I don't have any specific questions. I just want to commend you on your creativity on the new project. Actually, the expansion. Looking forward to you guys raising the capital for that. That'll be exciting for the island as well. So good luck. Good luck with all of that, and great job today.
Thank you very much. I want to thank the ATAX committee for its continued support. What you've been able to help us with over the last couple of years has helped us to do the programmatic and the promotional things to get us in the correct position that we are now. And I think we're right at the cusp of making this thing launch. And so thank you for your support.
Well, thank you. I have no other further questions. Again, great job you wouldn't expect there's a couple rookie committee members on here the way they're asking questions for you, Ahmad. But
I know,
as always, tremendous presentation. So happy to see the pivot. What I would say to you and everyone involved with the project, that is very impressive given the current landscape and what the future landscape looks like, and more importantly with all that's happening this year. So kudos to you and all of your team. Your board can be very proud of all that you've accomplished. I have no further questions. I just really appreciate your efforts and look forward to seeing some of these events take place.
I appreciate it. We're all on the same page. Want to make Hilton Head and Beaufort County shine. So thank you.
Thank you, Ahmad. Awesome. With that, team, we are going to move to a break. It's 12:25. Zendaya, do we get the 5-minute extension or will we come right back at 1:30?
Yes, sir. You can come back at 1:30. We will also have a notice up on Facebook, like how we did for the break that we just had. So we'll continue after that.
Great. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great job so far, everyone.
Thanks.
Hey, everyone. Are we all ready to jump back in? Great. Zendaya, are we ready?
Hey, Drew, just one moment, okay?
No problem. I'm on you. You just let me know when you're ready.
Ready? Okay, Drew, you're ready to start. I do see a representative from 12 Jewels of Life online.
Great. Thank you so
much. Are you all
much.
there?
We're here. Can you hear us?
Yes, we can. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
You're free to start your presentation, okay?
Oh, thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Amala Ali, and on behalf of 12 Jewels of Life, I would like to thank you guys for having us once again, and thank you for serving the community. 12 Jewels of Life program for the at-risk youth and other disadvantaged people. We have an after-school program for homework help, R&R, reading, writing, and arithmetic, arts and crafts, field trips, summer lunch programs, and counseling for the youth, back to school drives, holiday giveaways, and other community events, job placement, elderly support, and other assistance in the Beaufort and Jasper areas. Our organization works to form partnerships with communities, school districts, local businesses, as well as the juvenile court system, in an effort to provide resources to help bridge the gaps and build stronger communities. We have had a great 2020 graduation, 5 went to military, 3 to college, and some starting their own businesses. The pandemic has hit us all really hard. We have had several deaths in our community recently, but we have been able to just keep the lights on. We've connected with Live Nation and Broad Creek Marina and in the process of working with Rick Scurry to launch comedy boat rides, 80 to 100 people, 2 times per day, Friday and Saturday. We want to inquire with Honeyhorn to do a Talents and Tents fundraiser in June, looking for new talents and vendors, and one of our judges will be Tyler Perry. We were invited to the Ellen Show, and Ellen DeGeneres is interested in helping our community as well. We have a schedule of events as well as a little island exclusive concierge service. We have Sinbad coming in March, Tyler Perry in June, and my cousin Jerry Seinfeld in October. Rochelle Williams, world's funniest massage therapist, founder and president of 12 Jewels of Life, has kept in contact with her clients. Michael Jordan lived here at one time and has donated 12 computers, 12 cable installments, and is interested in doing a kids' golf tournament. Joe Torre would like to help the community as well. We are doing guerrilla marketing, mass media, reaching out to over 1 million people every hour all around the world, 24/7, 365 days a year. Millions, bringing the average tourist to locals to over 50%. We have teams. That's what they do all day, every day. Invite people to Hilton Head Island. We are also purchasing ads in different states to drive tourism and have created an exclusive island concierge service enhancing the visitor experience. Everyone we have spoken to is so excited, even with this COVID thing. Small and quaint, 100 people or less. We are asking for $40,000. The 2 shows will cost us $33,000 and change. The boat and the captain is $2,400. The comedians range between $5,000 and $20,000. Our marketing will be $3,000. We're going to be using the Island Packet, Beaufort Gazette, Savannah Morning News, Augusta Chronicle, Statesboro Herald, Island Events Magazine, and iHeartMedia in Savannah, Charleston, South Carolina, Columbia, South Carolina, and Augusta, Georgia. Food and beverage is going to cost us $5,000, and that's how we're going to generate our income, through food and beverage. We've had to do a lot of fundraising ourselves just to keep afloat. Alongside private donors, we've been selling Rochelle's all-natural, alcohol-free cleaning products and her infusion gel for aches and pains, oils, shea butter, and incense. Esther Price sent us candy to sell, and the wonderful company sent us pistachios to sell as well. They said we can have all the Fiji water we want, we just have to go to California to get it. And now we are trying to acquire a hot dog cart. We are trying to be as active as possible in the community, and anything that you could give us would be a blessing. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much for your presentation. And what we'll do is we'll go through questions by roll call. Mr. Arnold.
Thank you very much. You stated that you have $3,000 allocated in your budget for marketing. Can you tell us what your plans are with the remaining $37,000 for your request?
Okay, we have the comedians that we have to pay for each. They range between $5,000 and $20,000 each. We have the boat and the captain that is $2,500, $2,400. Our marketing is $3,000. We have our guerrilla marketing, which is $1,800. Food and beverage, you got food and beverage, right? 5,000. And that's that, yeah, because we have to pay for the comedians. And
So
that's two shows. That's the two shows.
that remaining $37,000 is planned to be used towards paying the comedians for the event?
No, there's not a remaining $2,700. $37,000.
Right.
We had the boat and the captain. That's excuse me?
No, go ahead. I'm sorry. Continue.
Okay, the boat itself, the food and the beverages, the comedians themselves.
So if I'm hearing you right, your plans are to use the ATAX fundings to pay for the event. Is that correct? To pay for all expenses?
This one in particular, yes, we're trying to get the ATAX. We're trying to use it to get us started so that we don't have to ask for it again. So if it can get us started with the first set of shows, and then the money that we generate through food and beverage, we'll be able to carry ourselves through from then on.
Okay, that's all I have.
Sinbad that's coming in March, he's 20,000 right there.
Okay. I have no further questions. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Alrighty.
Thank you.
Mr. Berghausen.
Hi. I was looking at your budgets, and all I saw were expense budgets. I mean, do you have any budgets for the revenue side of things to show how you're going to break even on these shows or come close?
That's what I was saying. We're going to be generating most of our money with the food and beverages. Our other fundraisers that we have, that we sell our products and do other things that we can generate money at the shows, during the shows. But our money is going to be generated mostly through food and beverage.
Okay, but you haven't submitted any budget to us that show the revenues, correct?
I believe not. I believe you're correct.
Okay. When I just looked at a couple of your 990s, and there's kind of no data in for the current year, and you show some data for the prior year, financial data that is, but sometimes it goes back to 2015's data, and so I'm just surprised that in your 990s there's no data in the current year columns.
Yes, with the pandemic, everything got screwed up, and we are in the midst of a reorganization. So we're trying to reorganize everything, and we were trying to get this in as soon as possible, and that's what we had, but we are in the midst of a reorganization. But we had these comedians, we had all this scheduled, and the pandemic hit us really hard. But we are reorganizing and can, vouch for whatever paperwork we need in some way, somehow.
Okay, just one more question.
Yes.
I'm sorry. On the planned expenses for each show, there's a line item called host fees. Would you share with me what that is?
Yes, that is in there, but I think we're going to eliminate that on this. As I said, we're reorganizing, and the show itself, we're trying to figure out how we can budget as well. So some of those numbers, some of those fees on there, we're not going to need to use.
Okay. I have no further questions.
All right,
Thank you.
thank you, Mr. Berghausen. Mr. Farrell?
I'm a little confused by some of the budgeting items too, but is Sinbad $20,000 or 10,000?
That is 20,000, and he's coming in March. That's why we're asking for this amount. And
Okay, I'm looking
it's
at
those shows that he does,
it says May
and
2020.
that's how we can generate.
It says May of 2020.
I'm sorry.
10,000.
First show, we're having 2 shows in a day.
Oh, so it's 10,000 per show.
Yes. He's normally
Okay.
20 per show. He's doing both shows for 20.
Okay. And pardon my naivety, but is there a gate, or do people pay to come to the shows, and what is it? What do you charge per person?
Oh, yes, yes. No, the tickets are $100 per person. Yes,
So
the tickets are $100 a person.
And then how many people can come to per each show?
100.
So there would be
And they were also going to have.
we can anticipate maybe
Go ahead.
a revenue schedule.
Yes.
Yeah, I think that'd be helpful. I mean, I don't know how everybody else feels, but I think it might be helpful to see a revenue plan at some point.
Okay.
I don't know. But other than that, I have no other questions.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Farrell. Mr. Fluker?
I have no questions at this time.
Okay. Ms. Martin?
I agree with John. If we can have a forecasted revenue plan, just what you expect to make. I mean, are you expecting to sell out these tickets for Sinbad? I would assume. My other question is,
Yes.
who is your primary audience that you're marketing to? It sounds like you've got a blanket approach to marketing, but who are you hoping to attract?
We are attracting 18 and above, 18 and above, families, young families, where, families, people to come to the island. Young families with kids with college age.
So I guess my question is, are you targeting your marketing efforts to that group?
We're actually a guerrilla marketing. So we're marketing all over, and that's a great part about technology because we can actually monitor and see who is
Okay. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Okay. Great. Well, with that, we do appreciate your application and your time. You've answered all of the committee's questions, so we appreciate that, and we'll take everything under consideration. Thank you again. All right. With that, Zendaya, we will move on. Oh, we're early, 5 minutes. To the Hilton Head Island Rec Association.
Yes, sir. And Frank is online. There he is. And Frank, you're free to start your presentation. We can't hear you quite yet.
He's muted on his end.
Frank, can you hear us? Bear with me just one moment. Yes, bear with me one moment. I'm going to try to call him.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you, Frank. You can go ahead and start now.
Sorry.
No
Um,
worries.
I love technology. So first of all, I want to introduce myself. My name is Frank Soul. I'm the Executive Director of the Hilton Head Island Association. We've been providing events in our community probably for 20 plus years, probably closer to 30 years. I've been around for a long time. We're excited on the events that we've provided. We really have several events that we do throughout the year, but we have 2 events that we do for Accommodations Tax Fund. The Oyster Festival, per the original request from last year, is not being held this year. We're doing a small 250 event. So what our request that you're going to have today is really for the Wingfest. And Wingfest in this year. Wingfest was canceled last year, but we had already gone ahead and marketed everything for the event as we had gone along. Somewhat disappointed. We were the second event after the parade to be canceled in our community, and the snowball kept going downhill. So we have re-upped that request for this year or next year, and I believe oops.
Okay.
All right, hang on one second.
Did we go down?
There we go.
So I gave you a little quick overview on Wingfest. We're going to have Wingfest 25 after 26 years since we canceled last year. So we'll be having that then. This is the data that we received last year or 2 years ago from John Salazar, who's no longer in the community, but every year, and we've been a big proponent of providing this data. Every year we've had the USCB students come out and survey the people that have come here to the community for the events that we receive funding through accommodations tax dollars. You can see, as you can see right there, that it's over 40% of the people that are coming to the event as kind of they were influenced by the fact that we're offering this in our. I was told that that's a great number in the statistical world. It's a great number for us to move forward with. And we will continue to work with USCB in taking surveys at our events. What we receive is from the marketing that we spend. As you can see, this is what we got from WTOC, our impressions, the click-throughs, overall, what had happened before the event was canceled last year. We think that this is we were told by the folks at WTOC, this is a really good outcome for these areas. These are key, day trippers, not day trippers, but overnight people. And we were pretty happy with the number of people that had actually gone through to our event and to look at it. Our poster that was supposed to go out, that went out last year. I think we have a guy out there. Hopefully we can get him to come, but wouldn't that be fun? Really, I'm just here to answer questions. I know we've provided you with all the documentation that you need. And so really, I do better answering questions when it comes to this type of event and request.
Great. Well, thank you, Frank. We appreciate it. It's a great event. We appreciate all that you do for the Rec Association and all these wonderful events. And what we'll do is we'll just go ahead and go through roll call and submit questions to you that way. So, Mr. Arnold, you're up first.
Frank, thank you for your presentation. I know that 2020 was tough on you guys especially, and we look forward to having 2021 as a bounce back for you guys and these great festivals that you put on, not only for the locals, but for our tourists that come through too. It looks like your request has been reduced quite a bit this year for 2021. We appreciate you taking into consideration for other applicants as well. And just looking over on your rollover, you guys look to be rolling over about half of your requests from last year. Is that correct?
Yes, we're rolling. Yes, I missed the first part of your question for some reason.
It wasn't really a question. I was just thanking you for rolling back your ask for the year and saying how much we look forward to having your events back on the island in 2021, hopefully.
Thank you. I appreciate that. We came back in. We heard the message, and we're making the WingFest request a little bit lower than what we had in the past. We think that we could still achieve our same goal in driving people to our community, but we also understand that you all are going to have some tough decisions. And then we kept the request for, we're rolling forward, of course, the Oyster Festival at the same amount. So that's where we're at. And we've heard the message, and we think that we can still achieve our same goal and getting people here to our community.
Thank you very much. That's all I have.
Thank you.
All righty. Thank you, Mr. Arnold. We'll move on. Mr. Berghausen.
Well, thank you. I too am looking forward to Wings Fest coming back, for what that's worth. I don't have much in the way of questions here, but I usually ask about the visitor and tourist data. You've done a nice job of tracking, and so we appreciate that. I know that takes some effort to put together. You show 8,000 total patrons served, 2,500 tourists and 3,500 visitors. So the visitors and the tourists add to 6,000. So I'm assuming that the missing 2,000 would be residents that attend. Hilton, would I be right about that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's good. That's really all. Thank you.
I want to brag about us a little bit, and I need to, because we were the first organization. I actually served on the Accommodations Tax Committee for a while back, and then even then, we did not make an application until I came off the Accommodations Tax Committee. But before that, we have been gathering data. I mean, it was probably for 10 years, and what we've been providing you all. We saw the value of that, and as I hope more and more organizations go toward that, we think by working with USCB can provide the Accommodations Tax Committee with such great information of how successful these events are. So we were the leader. I have to say that.
Well, thank you, and your relative value too. One of the many factors that everybody looks at, one that I look at is the efficiency of these dollars. Now, how many tourists can we attract or improve the experience of with this grant? And so, for $10,000, we get 2,500 tourists. That's $4 a tourist. In terms of the various applications, that's pretty cost effective. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Berghausen. Moving on, Mr. Farrell.
Hi, Francis.
Hello, John.
Hey, I actually gave some consider to recusing myself just because it's difficult for me to be unbiased, having had 3 children that participated at rec center functions and then now at their advanced age, attending Wingfests and those. And I agree with Jim. They're very well coordinated. They're a great kickoff to certain seasons. They're just a great reflection on this community. And I'm looking forward to them coming back. I think they're wonderful. I think, as Jim pointed out, the return on the ROI relative to the spend, what you're asking for, seems reasonable. I applaud you and Joe and your team, Frank, on how well these are coordinated. They're a great reflection on this island. So I look forward to seeing them back.
Thanks, Sean.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Farrell. Mr. Fluker.
I really don't have a question other than to say that, again, it's an event that I was looking forward to last year and missed, and even pre-bought some tickets for it. I'm looking forward to it again this year. It's basically the first time everybody comes out of their shell after what we call winter down here. Gets a chance to go out and mingle. And the fact that you were just a week or so away from putting it on before it was canceled, and yet we were able to maintain or keep half your allotted budget from the ATAX is quite a coup for you guys. And so I'm just looking forward to this year. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fluker. Ms. Martin.
No questions for me. I unfortunately have not had a chance to attend this event in the last 5 years that I've lived here because it's always on a Saturday and I used to work on Saturdays. But this coming year, I certainly hope to be there. So thanks for I've heard wonderful things about it, and thanks for your presentation. That's very helpful.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Martin. Well, just wanted, Frank, to let you know, obviously from me, no real questions. Great data that you put out in what I would say is a model for all of the ATAX grant applicants is your use of the USCB students and the data that you collect. It is ever vital in today's world to be able for us to quantify and qualify your requests. So we really appreciate the fact that you are diligent about that. And know what the impact, having been in our seats, that is in our decision-making process. So thank you very much for that. And, again, just looking forward to being able to get back and enjoy some beautiful weather and see, some locals and some visitors enjoy such a great event. So thank you for all that you do. We appreciate you.
Thank you.
All righty. Well, thank you. So we're a little ahead of schedule, but we'll just keep rocking and rolling, everyone. Zendaya, are the folks from Lean Ensemble available?
Yes, sir. I see that Blake White is on. There he is. Blake, you're free to start your presentation.
Good afternoon. Thank you for your time this afternoon, and thank you to the committee as well as Zendaya for her incredible work getting us all who are a little bit less technically savvy ready for this presentation. My name is Blake White. I'm the founding artistic and executive director of Lean Ensemble Theater, and if it's okay, I'd like to just sort of quickly go through where we were back at the beginning of the year, what happened in the duration, and where we are going today. So this past winter, we were doing quite well, if we do say so ourselves, after a successful run of the play The Christians, which exceeded all of our box office and reception expectations. And it featured pretty fascinating talkbacks with special guests, which were clergy people from various religious organizations across the Low Country. At that time, we also received a Travel Advisor Traveler's Choice Award, which I believe Zendaya also forwarded you. We were pretty proud of that. I'm sorry?
Sorry about that.
Oh, excuse me. And then the following month, Lean canceled our production of Cry It Out. That was on March 13th, 6 days before its opening night due to COVID-19. We managed to fulfill, thanks especially to the Accommodations grant, every contractual obligation we had for all of the artists involved, as they did put in the bulk of the work for that show, even though we did not get to show it to audiences. 3 days after the cancellation of Cry It Out, we were forced to cancel the remainder of our season, which featured a regional premiere of a new comedy from Second City up in Chicago called Death of a Streetcar Named Virginia Woolf. And following that, staged readings of the commission of our new play entitled Mitchellville. After that, we set about cutting as many expenses as we could, including a 2-month furlough for me. The benefit of that furlough is it allowed us to avoid having to furlough any of the other employees of the company, which there are 3 part-time employees. And then in late April, as the longevity of the situation became more clear, the staff and board of directors of Lean Ensemble began to see a bit of an opportunity. We knew that we could remain in front of our audience, fulfilling our mission to stimulate conversation in the Low Country by beginning an online talk show, which was affectionately named Foreign Lean. Guests over the 10-episode arc of Foreign Lean included local leaders like Jen McEwen, Jeffrey Reeves, and Ahmad Ward, as well as artists from across the country. We discussed difficult topics, such as race relations and going back to school in the age of the pandemic, as well as topics that were a little bit more frivolous, like comedy. Our views on YouTube over the summer were steady and strong and grew. We also saw an opportunity to improve how Lean Ensemble operates. The staff and board of directors began a crash course in equity, diversity, and inclusion training, participating in EDI seminars, both as individuals and as groups, and we have more to come this fall. The effort of this work is not an overhaul of what Lean Ensemble does. Rather, it is based in an effort to better achieve our mission as a more equitable and diverse company that better reflects the community that we serve. Over the past 2 months, we have also set about developing a new 3-year strategic plan, ensuring that Lean is best prepared not only to survive the pandemic actively, but also to stay ready to come out swinging whenever the new normal returns. At the end of this month of October, we will produce the reading of Mitchellville that was supposed to have taken place in May. This will be a virtual experience utilizing artists from across the country. That's an opportunity that wasn't necessarily afforded to us when we were going to be doing the readings live and in person back in May. Following that, in December, we plan to shoot and release our first filmed production, the Tony Award-winning play Art, which will be filmed at the Main Street Theater and released virtually. We will continue these filmed endeavors through 2021 until a new safe and normal returns, whatever that might look like. Our paramount goal is to make sure that the most vulnerable supporter of Lean Ensemble Theater, perhaps a healthy but asthmatic person in his or her 80s who has never missed a production, that person still has a place at Lean, even if that place is coming from the safety and comfort of their own home. Lean Ensemble Theater is not interested in just surviving right now. We are improving. We are engrossed in the difficult work that often gets pushed aside due to the hectic nature of the day-to-day. When the theatrical unions, like Actors Equity Association, individual artists, audiences, and perhaps most importantly, the coronavirus, all agree that it's time to return to live performance, Lean will be ready, stronger and more nimble than ever. And with
Okay, great. With that, what we would typically do is like we can go ahead and go through a roll call with questions for you. So appreciate that. We'll start with Mr. Arnold.
Thank you for the presentation. I know you guys took a pretty heavy one on the chin in 2020, more so than a lot of other folks, and we're hoping that you can bounce back in 2021 and continue with your productions. It's exciting to see how, like some of our other applicants, have bobbed and weaved and made changes to adapt to the new normal. So I don't have any questions at this time. Just look forward to seeing you guys continue to grow in the Mitchellville project.
I apologize, Mr. Arnold. My internet cut out. I have not heard anything you've said. I'm sorry.
I was just patting you on the back. There weren't really any questions, just giving you praise for having to make changes in 2020 and adapt to the new environment we live in. So I don't really have any questions for you at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry for the quick absence there.
Totally fine. Totally fine. Mr. Berghausen.
Well, I would second Mr. Arnold. I think you've done a great job at making tough decisions, and lots of people have, but it's so admirable, and I empathize with what you go through to do that. My standard is to ask about the visitor and tourist counts. Looks like you guys do a really nice job of tracking, that you've got a good system in place to know where your patrons are coming from. Different people have interpreted these numbers differently, so I'm just trying to clarify how you're doing it, and I think it's obvious, but correct me if I'm wrong. You're reporting a total of 4,174 patrons. Of those, 657 were non-Hilton head locals, and 835 were tourists, meaning beyond 50 miles.
Yes, sir.
Which leaves a balance of 2,682, or 64%, that were locals.
Yes, sir. Which falls in line with the numbers that we've been producing since 2016 when we first applied.
Okay, it's great. we're really trying to promote a number of things, but the tourist experience, the number of tourists, and so anything we can do to help you increase even the tourist penetration there would be great.
Yes, sir. Thank you very
But that's
much.
it.
Our
Thank you.
hope is that our work with this new play, Mitchellville, will be something that takes us all to the next level, including bringing in more people to the island.
Yeah, awesome. Great, thank you, that's all.
Thank you, sir.
All right, Mr. Farrell.
Well, thank you for your presentation. And are you making contingency plans? Like we're doing 2 separate budgets now. We're doing one if we have fans for Heritage or if we don't, or because we really don't have a crystal ball, do we? So we're all kind of looking forward, saying, how do we best plan for this from a personnel standpoint, controlling expenses and marketing, et cetera, and minimizing our revenue displacement, et cetera. Have you prepared 2 different budgets with the assumption that maybe you can only have 25% of the occupancy attending, or?
I actually have 14.
14 different contingency plans?
Yeah.
I'm not surprised.
The hardest part of this application was making sure that I sent you the one that the board approved. But because I have so many of them, I had to label them and then make sure that I didn't send a copy of a budget that had some clever label in my computer. But yes, I have created contingencies for every possible scenario that I can possibly think of. And we are in a very fluid time, and I use the word nimble in my presentation purposefully.
Understandably, too. Oh, thank you. That's my only question. I imagine you did have that done.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Farrell. Mr. Fluker.
I don't have any questions at this time.
Thanks, sir.
Ms. Martin.
Yeah, the exact same question that John had as far as contingency plans. So it sounds like you've got plenty. No, I'm just, stating in terms of what's going on in the theater scene in New York City. It's like, that's kind of non-existent right now. So I just want to make sure that you continue staying nimble and you continue just kind of working on those contingency plans depending on what happens next with this situation. But great job with your presentation and update.
Thank you very much. And some of those things are outside of our control and some of those things are within our control. And we're trying to focus on the ones that are within our control and have as many plans available for anything that's outside of that.
That's great. Thanks, Blake.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Blake. The only real question I had was really more of just of a confirmation here. See that there was apparently is there a $5,000 rollover, or did you spend all of your money last year?
We spent all of our money last year. But
just wanted to confirm that. And kudos to you and your team for having 14 different budgets. That's impressive. I wish I could have 14 different budgets, but I don't think I would.
I'm not saying any of them are particularly good. I'm just saying there are 14 of them.
No, but from the update that you gave, we really appreciate. Obviously, everyone has had to really be agile and pivot, and it sounds like you're doing all that you can as well. All the materials appeared to be in order. And from our perspective, it's a full packet for application. So we appreciate that, and we'll take everything under consideration and really appreciate your time and efforts in the community.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And thank all of you for your good and I'm sure difficult work in the coming months.
Thank
Have
you,
a great
Blake.
day.
You too. All right, we're moving on to the Outside Foundation. By the way, committee, we do have the remaining applicants online, so we can just go ahead and power through this break and get the last couple of done, if that's okay with everyone. No objections? Okay. Hi, Jean.
Hello. Thank you so much for allowing us to be here today for the invite. Pretty excited about the work we're doing. And my name is Jean Frew. I'm the Executive Director of the Outside Foundation. And we're a pretty young and very small foundation here on the island. So I thought what I would do is quickly kind of run through our programs that we are asking support for. to allow you to kind of see the connection to the work that we're doing and our app. So the Outside Foundation was formed in 2014 with a mission to get kids outside and to preserve and protect our local environment. And our goal overall is to, foster the development of environmental stewardship in both locals and visitors through a focus on engagement, education, and empowerment. We're seeking funding to enhance our educational outreach and to engage tourists and visitors alike in seeking to participate in any one of our 3 ecotourism projects. First, the Waterway Beach and Park cleanup. Secondly, our annual water festival. And thirdly, our community-based oyster shell recycling project. Our Waterway Beach and Park cleanups provide accessible and ideal opportunities for our tourists and visitors of all ages to make a difference in keeping our local environment clean and protecting our wildlife. Our annual water festival celebrates a shared desire for sustainability of our pristine waterways. And our community-based oyster shell recycling and bed restoration project is really, truly unique in that it allows locals and visitors to be engaged in every phase of this sustainability project, from capture at oyster roast to bagging of our quarantine shell to building an actual oyster reef. One of our greatest challenges as a small, young nonprofit who functions very on the grassroots community-based level is to reach a large audience. So we're asking for support for our marketing and our community outreach and outreach beyond our community to local cities and such, and support for the capture of our valuable natural resource, oyster shell, and for engaging our community groups who wish to participate in oyster shell capture, which directly benefits the town of Hilton Head, its residents, tourists, and visitors alike. Once again, Condé Nast has listed us as the #1 island in the United States this year. This past award came from Travel and Leisure. Taking a look at our 2020, essentially our 2019 visitors, when asked by the Chamber of Commerce, how important are the following attributes to you in choosing your leisure vacation? Natural beauty. 96.6% of those asked said natural beauty, and that's up from 2018, 95. Environmental and ecological sensitivity, 56.6%, and that's up as well. When asked which of the following activities do you actively participate in while staying on Hilton Head Island? Going to the beaches, 83.2%. Nature-based activities, 30%, which is interesting, almost double 2018. Water excursions, fishing, kayaking, paddleboarding, boating, dolphin watching, 24.4%, which is almost double 2018. And that got me to thinking that, and perhaps if I were to ask each of you, when the last time you spoke to, described, or perhaps marketed Hilton Head Island to a visitor or potential visitor, your discussion inevitably will always include our natural environment. Every program the Outside Foundation sponsors has a direct impact on the overall health of our surrounding and natural environment, and as such enhances the visitor's experience. Each program that I will speak to today is an opportunity for using a grassroots approach to operationalize our plan, redefining environmental sustainability. I had the honor of being asked to participate in both our vision and our plan as part of the committee that helped to develop the plan for redefining environmental sustainability. There were so many items in there that occurred to me that our programs speak directly to operationalizing those. Ecotourism is definitely the center focus of a lot of our programs as a means by which to engage and educate our community, both locals and visitors alike. And of course, delivering a world-class natural environment for our visitors. That's what they expect, that's what they want to enjoy. And that means we need clean, healthy salt marshes for kayaking, paddleboarding, fishing, dolphin watches. And promoting our oyster shell recycling program as a success story. We could possibly be at an all-time low for the image of recycling on this island. You talk to residents and visitors alone, and often when I'm out speaking to groups, inevitably they want to know, what's the future of recycling? Our oyster shell recycling program could easily lead the way in reinstalling confidence in our ability as a community to recycle more successfully. Our first program, Waterway Beach and Park Cleanups, in 5 short years, we've done so much. 50 Waterway Beach and Park Cleanups, 2 just last weekend. We've involved over 1,000 volunteers, 25% of which have been tourists and visitors. By zip code, we know that. And we've removed 7 tons of trash, marine debris from our beaches, parks, local waterways, and boat landings. In 2021, our goal is to organize a minimum of 12 beach cleanups, 5 park and boat landing cleanups, and 7 kayak-based waterway cleanups. This is usually the type of, kind of marketing that we can afford, mostly free social media, posters around town. Our reach there is greatly limited. Our impact, however, is pretty big. And as you can see, in just one beach cleanup, which might be in 2 hours, we're bringing together groups, and I think we're making a sizable impact. Waterway, kayak-based cleanups, part of our water festival cleanup, the impact is pretty substantial. We offer each August, with the exception of this past August, a really unique water festival, the Keep the Broad Creek Clean Water Festival. It was created 4 years ago to celebrate the deep respect both our locals and visitors have for the natural beauty of Hilton Head Island and the common desire for sustainability of our pristine waterways and beaches. It's a first of its kind, and I believe the only water festival on Hilton Head. Our 2019 Water Festival attracted over 300 visitors and locals. At that water festival were 20 local nonprofits and organizations to offer recycling information, hands-on educational interactive nature displays, eco arts and crafts, and we had a kayak-based cleanup. Our goal for 2021 is to kind of figure out how we can attract even more people. And so we're thinking of moving it to a Sunday afternoon. And we have some ideas about how to make that even bigger and better. This is typically how we would advertise. We were able to get some radio and some TV and some print media type of advertisement for our water festival. We think it's pretty neat. We think it's an amazing way in which we can not only connect locals but attract visitors to come on by and to really connect to the island that they're visiting. We focus on hands-on, and so all of our displays are about interactive learning about nature. And this is kind of our setup at Shelter Cove Marina. Always education as the forefront, and education that allows engagement. So we clean up the creek, then we drag all that stuff up, and Mike Bennett from I2 Recycle and also Ashley Jenkins from our Beaufort County Recycling will come by to stand there and actually talk about, what can be recycled, what can't be, and so on. And thirdly, our community-based oyster shell and recycling bed restoration project. About 2 years ago, we wrote a grant through Patagonia for an environmental grant. We were awarded $10,000 to impact our local environment, and this program resulted as part of that. In just 2 years, we have united 15 local seafood restaurants, including the Surge and Crab groups, to divert more than 52 tons of shuck shell from our landfill for recycling. Each one of these restaurants shares a mutual understanding of oyster reef as the key to the local seafood industry. How many people come here to eat in our amazing seafood restaurants? Oysters are powerful filter feeders. They keep our waterways clean. They are a keystone species. If you look at the top 3 sellers in our South Carolina seafood industry, finfish, crab, and shrimp, all 3 of them rely on oyster reef as their habitat in their juvenile period. Oyster reefs are also a natural breakwater against shoreline erosion, boat wake, and storms, far more effective and ecologically sound than rock and certainly a seawall. Volunteers have totally jumped into this community-based program. We have filled over 3,000 bags with chuck shell in just over 2 years, and we have built 5 oyster reef along the shorelines of our island. We've received support twice from Patagonia, the Community Foundation, and most recently the Pew Charitable Trust for our work for shoreline erosion. With support from Pew, we are being used as a model community program along the southeastern United States. Our program has already been modeled at Palmetto Bluff. We're in talks with the town of Bluffton about developing their own, and also the city of Beaufort. Shells are a valuable resource, not trash, and its use allows for the construction of living shorelines. And we need to treat shell as such, a valuable natural resource. On the list for our 2021 builds, which would have been our 2020 builds, are Dolphin Head, 18th Fairway of Harbortown, Broad Creek, and the May River. What happens in the May River happens here. Peter Christian approached me a couple of years ago. Peter, of course, is the general manager at Hilton Head Plantation. He was interested in seeing what we could do. We brought down Michael Hodges and Ben Dyer from the South Carolina Department Oyster, their SCORE program, the Oyster Restoration. We stood at the edge of Dolphin Head and we said, sure, we can do this. It's a doable project. We certainly have enough shell. Peter Christian also told me at that time that community had spent in a 10-year period $7 million on rock. I didn't really see much of it. It was tossed about. It really wasn't effective. We think we can help. This is kind of how it operates. It's pretty easy. Our local participating restaurants collect the shell. It goes out back into a 35-gallon roll cart every Tuesday morning. I-2 comes around, a local recycle company. They switch out the carts, dump it into a truck. They bring it to the Honeyhorn Plantation, where our shell quarantine site is. And then in the cooler months, we do bagging types of activities. Our next one, I believe, will be the week of the smaller oyster festival this week, which we'll be capturing oyster, this year we'll be capturing oyster at, but we'll be doing shell bagging all throughout the remainder of 2020, 2021. And then in the warmer months when oysters are spawning, we actually build shell. This is just a picture of our shell quarantine, upper left. This is where the site is. Here's some volunteers from our community and both locals and visitors. We know that again through zip codes. And here are some on the bottom, some additional pictures of volunteers. Again, when it comes to marketing and kind of getting our word out, it's really, really difficult for us being a small nonprofit. We use a lot of posters. We use a lot of free social media. We use WHHI and occasionally we're able to get on local radio. But we think that every single resident on Hilton Head Island should be familiar with this program. Speaking to Rotaries, I'm trying to do that. In addition to that, we think that those who are visiting the island and enjoying our seafood also should be. And so the Pew Grant has allowed me to actually reach deeper into restaurants to provide more information that gets to our visitors, our tourists. This is how we build a reef. Pretty much you see a whole bunch of locals. You don't really need much but boots and an ability to tolerate pluff mud to do this. And so each time we put down one of these reefs, it's typically about 300 to 400 bags. This is 1 year post this reef. This was 300 bags. Within 1 year, 100 bags will attract 10,000 larval oysters, baby oysters. So the fact that this now will serve as a breakwater to slow erosion, it'll assist with helping the scarp, which is the shoreline behind it, kind of repair itself, and it will serve as a habitat for juvenile finfish, baby crab, and baby shrimp. So really a remarkable project. Couldn't have done it alone. This is a list of many of the partners that we work with on a regular basis. Just got off the phone with Natalie at Coastal Discovery Museum about getting together with the Pew money to put a really kind of neat sign and display, build a whole new display over at Coastal Discovery Museum to highlight the work because that is where our shell dump is. But certainly we are so incredibly thankful for our partnerships. We've been able to get a little bit of reach through our partnership with Patagonia and the environmental grant. But, again, so many people don't know about this terrific program, and we're right on the edge of oyster season, and we need to get that word out. The Outside Foundation work directly enhances the visitor's experience by ensuring that our local waterways and parks and beaches are going to remain clean and free of litter, and by providing opportunities to engage in ecotourism activities. All those activities directly protect and preserve our local environment. And I think that we are so unique in that our grassroots approach provides so many opportunities for locals, tourists, and visitors to pitch in, get their hands dirty, and see tangible, immediate results. Our community, our island, our town benefits directly. Our local economy, our healthy seafood, our clean beaches, waterways, protection of our wildlife, and engagement creates a sense of ownership. Our goal is to be the means by which tourists and visitors, as well as potential tourists and visitors, can travel to Hilton Head for a vacation with a knowledge of the island's history for ecologically sensitive development, and they would be able to actively engage in ecotourism activities. Providing our tourists with tangible connections to the natural beauty of Hilton Head Island is an excellent way to establish meaningful and lasting connections. We know they come back. So thank you so much, and I'm absolutely ready to answer some questions.
Great, thank you so much, Jean. Great presentation. Really shows how important it is, and for those of us that get out on the waterways, it is an important thing to protect those. So it's great. What we'll do is go through roll call questions for you. So Mr. Arnold.
Thank you very much for your presentations. I too echo what the chairman said about the importance of the work you do in helping keeping our waterways clean and preserving the nature of the island. I have 2 young daughters who enjoy being outside more than anything, and taking advantage of the views and the natural wildlife on the island is one of their favorite activities. So thank you for doing that. At this time, I don't have any questions in regards to your application, though. Thank you.
Alrighty. Thank you, Mr. Arnold. Mr. Berghausen.
I would ditto that. We feel the passion of your work, and thank you for sharing it. The only question I have is related to in the budget, your budget for next year. I see grants of $70,000. And
that's correct.
Just curious, Beaufort County I know is $5,000. The Hilton Head ATAX money would be in there for $20,000. Can you share what the other is? Is that Pew money or what is that?
We will be pursuing grants within the outdoor industry, North Face, Patagonia. We are pursuing, trying to think of some of the other grants that I've written, Health and Human Services grant in support of our Kids in Kayaks program.
Okay, they are in process. I mean, they're not.
Indeed, yes, indeed, yeah. It's a 12-month process for me to just keep trying to find funding. Indeed, yeah. As our application stated that most of those grants are coming from outdoor industry and from local. We apply to Long Cove community. We apply to Berkeley Hall, Belfair, Alawasi. Yes, indeed.
So you kind of have to reinvent yourself every year.
Indeed, we do. And we're working hard with the Pew Foundation right now to, really make sure that we're making an impact with the amount of money that they've given us. I think we're doing very, very well. I think they're pleased, and we are hoping that they will continue to support us in this endeavor.
Okay, great. Thank you. That's all I have. Appreciate it.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Berghausen. Mr. Farrell.
Gene, thank you. That was very thorough, and it was a kind of a treat to listen to. Hey, Mike, tell me about this is your first year making an application for this type of funding with ATAX?
We have reworked. Initially, we applied, I think, 2 years ago or 3 years ago. And at that point, we were just a couple of years ago. You were looking at the only employee at that time. It was me. As an executive director, I was also filling like 5 other shoes. And I found it really, really difficult to juggle and to try to do and plan programs and be my own bookkeeper. And I think that the money that we did use at that time from the ATAX support did help us. Indeed, we had positive results in everything that we tried to do. Now I have a part-time programs manager, I have a bookkeeper, and I have a part-time development manager. So I feel that I am fully ready to really kind of up our game on the island and essentially begin to really, really make an impact on ecotourism because I think our reach, we have a connection with our new 5-year, basically our strategic plan is going to the board on the 27th of this month. And for the first time, we're bringing in a really synthesized program manager work and setting some dates. And then we have a marketing calendar. And now we have a development manager who's going to be really the force behind getting all of that done. And that's such a good thing. And 100% of that has been support from the Community Foundation and from all of those donors within our community who have supported us through Kids in Kayaks and our Boys and Girls Club program. So we're really excited to take that next step.
But ATAX did not, you did not petition ATAX previously. This is your first time making.
We did petition them to support the beach cleanups and for also our annual water festival. Marketing, 100%.
It's just wonderful what you do. That was very impressive. So thank you for your work, and I think we all benefit from having the cleaner beach, healthier beaches, and you say that there's tours. You have tourists that participate in some of your initiatives as well, not just locals.
Absolutely, and we actually get a nice chunk of that 4 to 6 month winter crowd who come down and quickly identify. And what we're trying to do at the Coastal Discovery Museum is really kind of capture more of the general tourist who comes to that facility so that they're aware of the quarantine, but also the farmers market. So on November 10th, we'll actually be doing a bagging demonstration at the farmers market. And again, that's always a nice mix of locals and tourists. And again, just trying to get our word out.
Thank you, Jane.
You're welcome.
Great. Mr. Fluker.
You do good work. I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Fluker. Ms. Martin.
Hey, Gene, thank you. That was extremely enlightening. I had no idea that this organization existed. I have a question regarding, you mentioned that you partner with both crab and surge in terms of them, providing you oyster shells and whatnot. Have you looked at doing a deeper partnership with them to promote both at because they see a lot of visitors at their restaurants and they see a lot of locals at their restaurants. I think there's an opportunity to maybe go a step further with either organization or both to, between funding or resources or volunteering and all that. So have you looked at that at all?
Absolutely. As part of the program, I visit those restaurants on a regular basis, and I actually talk with their staff to educate the servers so that when, the Pew Grant has allowed me to place table tents. And we have with some of the restaurants, we've actually got rack cards. Okay. We were supposed to be the kickoff event at the new pavilion behind Boathouse right when COVID hit. And we have talked about having some kind of like special nights. The partnership has been strong. It's been wonderful. We did bring back the crab group when we had support. And one of the things that I can't impress enough is that, we have to not see this as a hauling fee. We're not paying for a hauling fee. We're doing a beautiful partnership that captures a natural resource, 100% of which stays right here on this island. And so these restaurants really deserve a tremendous amount of support in doing this and pulling it off. It's really amazing. Poseidon fills 7 35-gallon roll carts every week.
And not only does it, benefit, restaurants and stuff, but it benefits the island. And what benefits the island benefits, the tourists when they come to the island, because it keeps getting prettier. So that's, it's a good revolving circle, and let's keep it going that way. But great work, and I had no idea. So thank you for that.
Great. Well, thank you again, Jean. Tremendous presentation, and thank you for all your commitment to our community. Everything the Outside Foundation does is so beneficial in looking at ways that we can try and help you do that is great. So we appreciate it. I have no further questions. You answered all the questions. The committee thankfully asked all the questions that I had. So with that, we thank you for your time today.
Thank you all. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Jean. And again, the committee, as we said, we would be scheduled for a break in about 15 minutes. We're just going to plow through. Zendaya had the other groups ready to go. So do we have Sea Turtle Patrol ready for us, Zendaya?
Yes, sir. Amber is on the line. Amber?
Can you hear me and see me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thanks. Well, this is my first presentation to you guys, constantly in front of town council. So in that realm, just for the record, Amber Kuhn, Director of Sea Turtle Patrol, Hilton Head Island. It's a nonprofit that became a 501c3 in February of 2018. It was a nonprofit with the state since 1997, but it didn't allow us to bring money in for tax write-off. So when our project started to become bigger and bigger, we got that designation, and we relied fully on donations from the community, which has been great. We haven't suffered, but we get more and more people to the island that are interested in sea turtles, and I constantly get these phone calls and emails from people who are saying, we'll be visiting Hilton Head, and excuse me, using my phone here, and we want to participate. How can we help you with the turtles? And because they're endangered species and we have to have a permit for everything we do with them, there's 15 of us that are on Sea Turtle Patrol, and we have talks in June, July, and August at various resorts. So we do Westin, Surf Watch, Marriott, Monarch, Palmetto Jean's House, Sea Pines Resort, and they're open to the people who are staying in those resorts. And some resorts charge for it and some don't, but it's hard to get the general tourist that's not staying at that resort into one of these turtle talks, and they're very popular. So we can get anywhere between 30 and 50 people, as much as we can cram into a room. And of course, the space is provided by the resort or the hotel. So what we're looking to do is provide to tourists and locals, whoever come along, to be able to attend a free turtle talk subsidized by the town that basically just rents the space. So Sound Waves is in Coligny, which is a busy tourist area. It can hold up to 200 people. Of course, we had this scheduled for 2020, but when COVID hit, we had to cancel everything, and the monies were actually provided by, I believe, beach preservation fee. But when we looked at it, we could see that this is really a tourist opportunity. This is an opportunity to educate them to be better stewards of our beach. So you may or may not know about the ordinances that Turtle Trackers and Sea Turtle Patrol Hilton Head Island pushed for, and that was the November 19th acceptance of the whole ordinance, which also included private property. So holes on Hilton Head, they can't be deeper than a foot, can't be dug with a metal shovel. Shovel has to be 30 inches, and that's really hard to enforce. But the signs really helped this year, and the holes weren't these massive holes that we're used to seeing. So that was an improvement. And as far as the personal property goes and sea turtle education, the town actually gave me a job and put me out on the beach daily to talk to tourists about these new rules in case they didn't see the sign or notice that if they leave their property, chairs, towels, those sort of things on the beach, they vanish after sunset like a fairy. So they got that information, as many people as I could come into contact in a 5-hour period on 14 miles of beach. It was really stretched. It was really a stretch to get to all these people, but some of them were really interested in what I had to say about turtles, and some of them weren't, because they're at the beach and they're doing their thing, and somebody's coming along to talk about something that they're just like not even thinking about right now. But I tried to spread the word about the new ordinances, and we would have done that at the talks, because I know anything free is going to be super popular, and that 200 people capacity will be filled. It will. So we spend money on wrap cards and such every year. So we always have money for that. We give these out on the beach in case we don't have time to explain turtles. And that has our website and our Facebook page and Instagram. We have over 9,000 followers on our Facebook and Instagram. I know Turtle Trackers, the other group that I'm involved with, is a 501c3 as well, and they have over 2,000 on their Facebook page. And we all work together, those 350 volunteers, my 15, and we try our best to get these people that are visiting may not know that, white lights on the beach distract hatchlings, and they may not know that a hole left unfilled will trap a hatchling before it reaches the ocean. And people are very interested in turtles. It's a very popular animal. We had 291 nests this year. when we are up and down the beach, and this organization, I'm sure you know, is all volunteer. I have a job, I have a full-time job, and if you could see my desk right now, you'd be like, okay, Amber, we get it. It's a lot, but I have a lot of volunteers that help, and the turtle trackers would be the docents or the people at the talk that, shuffle people in, count the people, gather their emails so that we could, send them reminders about joining our Facebook page for updates. I know the town has a Facebook page that prints or posts the turtle updates that we have, how many nests we have that moment, how many have hatched. We had the best emergent success that we've had in a long time, 72%. So our last nest was just inventoried on Tuesday. So the season is officially over. The talks, we do them in June, July, and August. And there's one pretty much every night. And the reason I picked Monday nights is because that's one that I don't have. So after I finish working all day, I find myself on the island doing these talks, which I'm passionate about sea turtles. And if I wasn't, I wouldn't be able to handle a full-time job that I don't get paid for. So we're just we're going to have a big chunk out of our bank account this year because we have to buy another vehicle. Our Jeep has about had it. That saltwater tears it up. So that's going to be a huge, maybe $30,000. We bought a really cheap vehicle in the beginning because that's what we could afford. And it's got over 200,000 miles on it, but it's still going down the beach, and we're not sure that it'll make it another season. So we're going to spend some money on a reliable vehicle, and we would love to be able to advertise free turtle talks at the beginning of the stay. So they check in on Saturday. Before the end of the week is over, we've educated them on, lights out. So the lighting ordinance is under revision right now at town council. You may have heard of that. And we're going to try to enforce that with the help of rental agencies and property managers. We've got that whole ordinance. We'd like to talk about red flashlights and why that's important. All these things that nobody's going to know unless they find a piece of paper with it on there or, visit the Turtle Talk, and it's fun. And if you haven't been to one, I'm surprised because I've been doing them for a decade. Everywhere, for every civic organization that calls me, I go give a Turtle Talk. We're Girl Scouts to, Rotary to Kiwanis Club and Green Thumbers, and everybody gets a Turtle Talk. So it spreads the sea turtle awareness, which is part of our mission. We're not just there to mark the nests off. This new 501c3 has a mission to educate the people so that we can have an easier time on the beach and we'll have more success with our hatchlings, is the primary goal. So I'm asking for the least amount of money, I think, than anybody, but I had no idea. This was my first time, and that application really kicked my butt online because it timed me out and erased everything I had written. So if you're wondering why it's short and brief, that is why I had to redo it. But I just appreciate your time, and Zendaya is amazing. She helps with all the glitches, and just really appreciate considering the Sea Turtle Patrol. We work really hard on the beach, and we just want to get it out there and be able to tell the tourists who call and say, we want to help, instead of just saying, well, you can pick up trash on the beach, thank you very much. We can say, hey, we have a free turtle talk on Monday nights in a really fun place. Come there. We've got the AV equipment. We've got the PowerPoint. We've got the activities that we put on stage for the kids to pretend like they're turtles and walk up the sandy carpet. And I mean, people laugh and they love it. And it's just an activity that the town would be providing for them, and they can learn how their behaviors can help the sea turtles. That's it. Do you guys have questions?
Great, yes. We will go through the roll call and ask you questions that way. So, Mr. Arnold.
Thank you very much for the presentation, and thank you for the work that you do in preserving the sea turtles here on Hilton Head. They are loved creatures from tourists to locals both. So my only question would be, as you're having these turtle talks, do you guys have anything in place to track data of where folks are coming from, the tourists that you meet that come to the turtle talks? Are you guys collecting any data to to see where that market's coming from?
We would definitely be doing that with the help of turtle trackers. So we plan to have a table as they walk in, and we're going to ask them for their email, promise them we're not going to, overwhelm them with anything unless they want some updates on the turtles and the nesting season. We'll have a clicker at the door because we've got to make sure we don't overwhelm the space. So we have, a certain amount of people. The turtle trackers, and I know you're probably familiar with that group. There's several volunteers there that support the Sea Turtle Patrol, and they'll be the ones handing out the flyers, the red filters for the flashlights. We've saved money and raised money for all of this to be handed out at these talks. So really the ask is for the rental space and for the speaker fee. Although, we do everything for free on the beach. I'm asking my staff to do things that are well outside of their full-time jobs and Turtle Patrol. So that's what that is about. Plus we are providing all of the props. And I don't know if you've been to museum replica sites, but they are expensive. And we've got all of that.
Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
Great, thank you. Mr. Berghausen.
Hello, Amber. You do a great job at what you do, and with unbelievable passion. My wife and I have been on your eco tours a number of times, and when we've had visitors, we brought them over and gone on it again to take them. So your passion and your knowledge is recognized and appreciated. If to do this and to get the word out, wouldn't you need to do some promotion of some sort, some advertising, marketing? I don't see that in any significant way in your budget. How would you do that?
We've saved money for things like that. And when you say we're digital, it would just be our Facebook page and Instagram. We started a program that we were going to launch this year called the 5-Star Sea Turtle Friendly program for the hotels. And we had 5 hotels that were on board for that. And basically there are 5 criteria that are sea turtle friendly. And one of them was to provide the talks, which most of them that were participating already do that. But their guests are notified of the schedule of what's going on. So I think that every hotel in the area who needs activities or suggestions for their guests would be able to add that to their marketing strategy. And if not ahead of time, when they get there, this is something that will definitely be mentioned because it's free for them to send those people over to the Turtle Talk. I have never had a problem getting the word out and filling the space. This is a very popular talk, and I cannot tell you how many emails that I get. Just they want to be involved, and like Jean said, the ecotourism stuff is really starting to flourish. For those 5-star friendly sea turtle friendly hotels, I would ask them to put it out there on their ads. I know that Sea Pines Resort does do that because they have a regular talk, and non-COVID season, regular talk. We did some this year, and we also did some with the Omni, but they filled the house every time, and we did them outside. So we had a limited number so we could social distance people. But on a normal year, we have a lot of participation, and with the public involved, it would be even greater. And, we won't reach everyone with 200 spots once a week, but people will take advantage of that for sure. It needs to be more. It needs to be 200 spots 3 times a week to accommodate all the people that get here.
Good. Well, yeah. And those promotional expenses are frankly a little easier to cover and support with the funds, our particular funds, but I can't speak for others, but yeah. Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Mr. Berghausen. Mr. Farrell.
Hi, Amber. Nice work. That's awesome what you're doing. Tell me more about there was 200 and how many nests were preserved or not destroyed, or tell me more about the data with regards to the end game, which is the
Okay.
survival of the turtles?
Well, there's 291 nests in 2020. The last one was just inventoried last Tuesday, and the success rate for sea turtles getting out of their nest was great. It was 72%, which is high for us. The problem that we have is getting the tourists to recognize that lights left on after 10 p.m. destroys all of our work. So 38 nests went the wrong way. That's over 4,000 hatchlings that we lost to tourists who maybe just didn't know. Maybe the property management company didn't put that out there. I'm not sure why it was so much worse this year than we had in the past couple of years. But once the sea turtle reaches the ocean, only 1 in 100 make it anyway. And if one of those turtles went the right way, and let's just say a couple, and then the rest of them went the wrong way, those couple are all going to get eaten, because the whole point is safety in numbers. Some's going to eat 99 of them to let that one hatchling go through. So just little things that educate tourists and entertain them, quite frankly, to learn that leaving your lights on can be so detrimental. And all it is an hour in front of a PowerPoint to have that light bulb go off, no pun intended, but just to make that connection and help us with our job so that we don't have to document that many losses.
So the 1 in 100 that's all various predators, right? If the lights are off.
Fish mainly. Fish mainly once they hit the water, and birds. So you've got pelicans and things like that. So, the ask is mainly for the space, because that's the most expensive cost that we have when we're trying to get these presentations put together. You can't really do them outside because A, it's hot as hell, and B, you've got all this equipment that needs electricity, and you've got activities on the floor and your props and so forth. So, this space is in an area that's very popular and can hold a lot of people, and it's got all the AV equipment that's required. So,
the 291 nests. 291 nests. Sorry to be. I'm just kind of.
Oh no, they're fine.
How many turtles survive from those nests? I know it's an approximation, right? But what's the approximate number?
1 in 100.
1 in 100.
Right. 1 in 100 survive to be sexually mature, and they have to survive for 30 years before they can lay eggs. So if we had 291 nests this year, we might have 291 turtles in 30 years come back to nest.
So they're sex starved for 30 years?
They're
deprived of sex for 30 years?
Yes, and trust me, they don't like it anyway, so it's okay. No relationships. They're singular animals. They do not have friends or mates. They just congregate in similar areas because of food source or cleaning area, anything like that. So yeah, they're a definitely different animal than you perceive when you think about them, but all that gets translated at the talk, and people are just amazed at this animal.
Well, thank you, Amber. Thank you for your time and your presentation.
Thank you.
Great. So with that, I'll move on to Mr. Fluker.
Amber, you guys do good work, and the only concern I have is whether or not your application is going to allow us to give you the funds you need, based on the criteria that the state and the law puts into effect for us. And so I don't know that I don't know if it's too late or otherwise, but I'd talk to city staff about, Zendaya specifically, about whether or not you can make any amendment to your application, to make some request under what we call under Section 1 of the application, so that we can give you some funding. That's
okay.
all. That's comment. That's all.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Fluker. Ms. Martin.
Amber, great job. I actually have a lot of friends who volunteer for the organization, and they absolutely love it. Question goes back to what Mr. Arnold asked at the beginning in terms of, reaching out to the people who come to the island who really are the ones who should know about, the lights out and things like that. Do you have a mechanism in place if and when you start doing your turtle talks to these people on how to track where those people are coming from? And because a lot of people who come to Hilton Head, let's face it, they are very, they love this island because of the nostalgic and the ecotourism and the fact that it's, pristine and all that. But let's take it that step further to make sure that we find out where they're coming from and what they like and how they want to learn.
Right, so that would be part of the data that would be collected with the email address. So they're getting a free turtle talk, and in return, their email address and where they're from. And we're always interested in that too before we start the talk, just to see where everybody's coming from. And of course, we're going to count how many we are interacting with. So we'll have that number. We have always done this through the resorts. So, they don't keep track of that necessarily because many of them just offer it for free, and they just, put it out there in the schedule, and who shows up, shows up. So it's definitely something that we would put out on our social media and our rack cards. The turtle trackers are on the beach doing their beach ambassador run. So they're out there talking to people about, what they're doing and while they're picking up trash and filling in holes. And that gets the word out as well for stewardship. But my goal is to be able to afford to get to as many people as possible with the most entertaining aspect that we have. And maybe I don't understand fully what ATAX is for, but I just thought it was a service for tourism, to attract tourism. And social media is definitely a way to do that. The town can put it on their website, and whoever is planning to visit here might visit that first. I do believe that it would be really known before they got here. But as they get here, we would also be able to reinforce that through the hotels and our people that are out there every day.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Great, and really, Amber, the only thing that I have is more two comments. One, great proposal, but we'll just have to rely on what Turk says about the applicability of a venue space. Typically that's not qualified for this type of funding. So we may just need to look at that. We'll obviously have town staff weigh in on that, on the applicability of that. And you and the patrol do an amazing job. We really appreciate that. And really, just as a professional manager, I think one of the most effective tools that is out there is the doormats. So I'm not sure if everyone else here is aware. They do have doormats that can be purchased that talk about lights out for the sea turtles. We always try to get as many of those as we can on an annual basis. And that might be another way to help spread the message. It's a very, very effective message, especially for the homes. If you're I have no other questions. Your application was very succinct, and your presentation was very good. So we'll just need to make sure that we dot all of our I's and cross all of our T's in terms of what's applicable, and then we can let you know exactly from there. So thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Amber. All righty. With that, we will move on to our friends at the Sandbox.
Ms. Fish is online. And Ms. Fish?
Yes, here I am.
Yeah. You're free to go ahead and start.
Okay, wonderful. And Zendaya, do you have the PowerPoint or?
That's something that you will be sharing. You can do your screen.
Okay. On just one moment. apologize. I actually have it on a different computer, but I will open it on this one.
Did you want me to share my screen, Miss Fish? I can do that for you.
That's right. I think I have it right here. Let me just, here we go. Wonders of Dropbox.
I can share it for you and oh, there you go.
Can they see it? Okay.
Yep.
All right, wonderful. So thank you very much for your time. I know this is the end of a long day for you, so I will try to be brief. For those of you who are not familiar with the Sandbox opened in December of 2005, so we'll be celebrating 15 years in a couple of months here. We, in a normal year, do an average of about 20,000 visitors per year and have seen over 380,000 visitors to date. Our percentage of tourists during the peak months is approximately 86%. And even though in a minute you'll see how we've been impacted by the pandemic, it still was about at 86%. We are also the only hands-on interactive children's museum in the Low Country of South Carolina. There's really nothing else here on the island like the Sandbox, nor is there really any other place where if you're visiting, you can take your young child for developmentally appropriate, educational, hands-on fun. So let me give you a little background as to how COVID has impacted us this year. On March 15th, we did close the museum for 12 weeks. As you may know, with many nonprofits, our operating revenue is generated from our admissions, from our memberships, and from our programming fees. So we didn't open back up again until June 17th. We did move to posting online activities in art, STEM, geography, and social studies, really as a service to all those people who follow us and who were stuck at home with young children and needed some way to entertain them. We felt like that was the best way to engage our followers during that time. We did end up furloughing all 12 of our part-time staff. And only myself and our manager at our Tanger 2 location stayed on our payroll. As I said, we reopened June 17th in a completely new environment. So we had to really rethink how you do hands-on and interactive while you have a global pandemic going on. We, of course, improved our health and safety standards. We went to all online ticketing and reservations. We decreased the number of visitors that we saw, and we created these 2-hour play sessions for people to come and visit. So no more than 20 people for 2 hours. And we had a phased-in plan for ourselves, opening 2 days a week, then 3 days a week, eventually getting to 5 days a week. We were not even able to do that because we did not see people coming back out. We did restart our summer camp program, and we had no more than 5 children enrolled, and were only able to do, I believe, 6 out of the 10 weeks that we had planned. As you can see on this slide, children's museums in general have suffered, and of the 322 children's museums worldwide, most of which are in the U.S., only 178 of those have actually reopened to date. 13 that did reopen have had to close again, and then there is 131 that are closed and 111 that have no reopening date, that don't know if they'll even be able to open ever again. In August, our attendance was 88% less than it was in August 2019. And so currently we are holding a virtual learning program for the Beaufort County school children during the week, and then opening for general admissions on the weekends. This is just a slide from yesterday's Association of Children's Museums, their status report that shows those numbers. So we've really been hard hit, as you can imagine. We had to cancel our popular summer programs, such as our Parents' Night Out, our Christmas in July, our End of Summer Bash, all of those types of things. But our goal is that we are hopeful, and that we are going to have our first event on Halloween, which is a Saturday, which is great for us. And we're going to provide our events like we used to, but again, for those 2-hour play sessions. So we'll have all of the activities, and we'll do that for each of the play sessions that we have. And we hope that moving forward, we can increase the number of people for each play session. Again, as you know, everything is very fluid based on how the disease travels. But we do require masks of anyone over the age of 2, and you'll see there's some of our summer campers working with their masks. I think people forget how flexible children really can be in learning new skills, and they were wonderful. In fact, our virtual students here wear masks all day long. One of the things that we do at the Sandbox, and for those of you who are new on the ATAX committee, I've never met a spreadsheet that I didn't like, so I love collecting the data. I love looking at the numbers, and then trying to figure out how we can really market ourselves even more, and really get the word out there and let those people who are visiting know that we're here. So we use a lot of social media, both with Facebook and Instagram. We try to strategically use our social media to drive our followers to our website. We also target our event ads to certain geographic locations, and I try to be really responsive to those who reach out by asking them to like our page. And again, we not only just post our events, but we also try to post those things that are relevant to parents these days. Our Instagram following steadily increases, and you can see even our Facebook following has increased this year. This I found was really interesting when I was going through the numbers, is that when the pandemic hit, people, for whatever reason, I guess because we weren't having events and we weren't open, the visits to our website dropped as well. But those are steadily going up again now that people are getting out and about. We do send out a monthly update, and we've had 395 new subscribers this year. It is less than last year, but one of the ways that we get subscribers is through our admissions. So even with our online ticketing, in order to purchase your tickets, you do need to put in an email address and answer some basic questions about zip codes. Have you visited us before, and how did you hear about us? So we grab a lot of data that way. But because our admissions have been down, our subscribers also to our e-blasts are down. I did go back at the end of 2019. These were 2 TripAdvisor reviews that we got. Again, so when people come, they have a great time and they love it. We just, can't wait for that day when we're we're filled up again and able to open our doors to our capacity. We do have a broad geographic reach. And since we've reopened in June, we've collected over 408 different zip codes. And as we go through the zip codes, you can kind of see with timing, here's a group from, several weeks of people from Kentucky or several weeks of people from Pennsylvania, or you can actually see kind of the geographical areas that they're coming from and the time of year that they are coming. In 2020, you can see the numbers there for what we had asked for. As you probably read in the proposal, the programming, we probably will not use all of that, or we definitely will not use all of that because we weren't able to do all of our programming. And the same with our exhibits and our exhibit upkeep. Last year, we did have $10,000 in there for a new exhibit towards the new museum that we're building. And so we're very excited as we wait to go into that new building, so that we will definitely be using. We have not used all of our advertising in that we have not reprinted rack cards and things like flyers, typical things that we would use for our events. So as you can see, our total numbers of the ask, the anticipated, what we'd have left over to roll over into 2021, making it a total ask of 17,875 to get to our full 36,875. This year, we are looking forward to hopefully moving into our new building by the end of the year. We had hopes to be in there by May, but we're still hopeful to get in by the end of the year. We are in a capital campaign to raise those funds to finish the inside. The town, as you know, has built the shell of the building for us, and we will increase our programming and exhibits for children up through age 12. We will be able, this building will give us an ability to really reach out to the tourists coming into the south end, whether it's for the day or those coming for the week, because Coligny is such a big tourist area. This year, I've also been able to reach out and create relationships, not just with the hotels and their concierge, but also with the rental companies. So I have started sending emails and updates to the rental companies as well, and sending them, like when we reopened, our flyers to put in their units or their common areas where the tourists are coming in. And finally, we just want to thank you for the support you've given us over the years. As I said, the Sandbox is a really, really special place for young children, whether they're visiting the island or whether they live on the island. So I'm happy to take any of your questions now.
Great. Thank you so much, Nancy. And what we'll do is we'll go through roll call and ask questions that way. So Mr. Arnold.
Thanks, Nancy, for the presentation. The household with 2 little girls, we're excited about you guys reopening your doors at some point. We've taken them on many nature walks and tried our best to keep them entertained during 2020, but they enjoyed the Sandbox a lot. So we're excited about that. Thank you for your consideration of other applications coming through this year and reducing your ask. I know you're rolling some over, but we do appreciate you taking that into consideration as well. I have no questions.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Arnold. Mr. Berghausen. You're on mute, Jim.
I'm sorry. I want
There you go.
to start. Thank you. And
it wouldn't be a Zoom meeting without it.
I want to start by thanking you and congratulating you on a great job on the application. We've had a few today that really stood out, and yours is one of them. Just really nice done, and it helps the whole process, helps us understand, and helps us help you. And so, good.
Well, thank you.
Your financials are also complete. Thank you. I do have one question. When I opened up the budget file, it's titled 2020 expenses, and I'm assuming that's just a titling problem in
Yes, that's all it is. Yep.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I apologize.
No problem. I just wanted to be sure I had it right. And the only other thing I'd observe is that you do such a great job of attracting tourists. And so one of the many things I think I consider is the efficiency of the dollars we have to spend. We want to get the most we can. So you are one of the most efficient.
Oh, well, thank you.
In terms of number of tourists that you serve for the dollars we can contribute. So we appreciate that. That's hard work. And,
oh, well, thank you.
Job well done. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Berghausen. Mr. Farrell.
I'd like to ask that I never follow Jim again. Could you grant me that request, please? Seems like a fair ask. Nancy, thank you and congratulations. When do they anticipate the Celebration Park being completed? Because you're not there yet.
The town is looking at opening the park November 1, is my understanding. Our building, however, will not be done probably until closer to the end of the year. So I'm hoping to be in by year's end into our building.
Which could coincide, could blend in nicely with when we start to resume some normal, we take these diapers off our face, right?
Right. Well, I think it'll be a while for that, but.
Well, it might be hopefully sooner. But so that location, I think, is going to contribute tremendously to your foot traffic, don't you?
Yes, absolutely.
That's my only comment. I think that's going to be wonderful, and I think they've got a great partner in you. And thank you for your thorough presentation. It was left us with very few things to ask. You answered all our questions.
Oh, well, good. Thank you.
Great, Mr. Fluker.
Thank you, Nancy. And you've heard this before from members of this committee. As we look at past asks and stuff, and you've never just jumped ahead and asked for more money the next year than you've taken from the year before. You've been one of the best at that, in using the funds that we give and to allow us then to fund more groups if we can. And again, your ask this year of 17,875 as new ask is just implemental of that. That's what you're doing again. That's with an anticipation that you'll have about $19,000 left over from last year?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. The latest figure we had, and you may have already sent in invoices or in the process of doing that, is that you had about $39,000 left over, but you think there's going to be closer to 19. Is that it?
Yes, because we know we'll use most of the advertising dollars, particularly as we get ready to move into the new building. And we'll also use 10,000 more of the exhibits. And then we have a couple more months of the monthly upkeep, which is particularly for our fish tank. So that there's a big chunk of that exhibit too that we'll use that was earmarked for a new exhibit in the new building.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome.
All right, Ms. Martin.
Yeah, hi Nancy. Thank you for a thorough presentation. I mean, your data certainly supports your ask, and I have no further questions other than I'm looking forward to Celebration Park being open. I go by there every day on my way to work, and I think that'll be a great asset you guys will be a great asset in it. So.
Oh, well, thank you.
You're welcome.
Well, great to see you as always, Nancy. For me, I have no questions. Your presentation answered all my questions. I know how hard you and Jim, and Caroline, and the whole team at Box work. Can't tell you how excited I am for you to get in the new building and see what the impact of the park is on your foot traffic. And I would just implore you to continue your data seeking that you are doing. It makes job extremely more easy when you guys are so cost conscious on your ask, especially in a year we know that the amount to be able to spend and grant will be lower most likely. But we just wish you nothing but luck, and I think that that's all that we had for you today.
Oh, great. Well, thank you so much, Drew. It was
Thank
nice
you.
seeing all of you.
Great. All right. With that, I don't see anything else on our agenda. Way to go, team. And with that, I'll ask Zendaya, does staff or you have anything in addition before we would adjourn? We'll take that as a no.
Hey, Drew, I have a question.
Sorry. Yes. Oh.
Drew, this is John. I have a question about when you met in chambers and when you would all meet face to face, would it in between presentations, would you have some dialogue about, what you liked, what you didn't like, how you felt about it, or was that reserved for other occasions?
Reserved for other occasions. Realistically,
Okay.
we're not something we would talk about, in chambers.
Okay. I was curious about if there's anything that was debated amongst the group about what they liked about a certain presentation or what they felt was missing, kind of thing, or.
That is true. What we would typically do is if you have particular information that you need, that direct that towards Zendaya or John Troyer with town staff, and then they can help us get that information that we can all see it equally, and then we can judge it from there on our own.
Okay. This was
Great.
my first one, is the reason I asked.
No,
I'm just
no.
trying to learn.
What I would say, and I want it to be on record for you and John and Jim and Julie, tremendous job. Thank you very much. We're all extremely engaged. Great questions. I can't tell you how much I appreciate the effort that you put in today. It was a lot of time today, but really appreciate all that you guys have done so far. Please continue for the next round and just really appreciate it.
It's exciting.
It is. It is. We can see, how we can, we understand that how this will help us as a community rebound from this current situation, and we have the ability to help our local community and our organizations. It's a great task to have at this point in time. It's a lot of work, but we all really appreciate your effort very much.
Thank you.
Well, Zendaya, do you have anything else?
Yes, sir. I did make a note that you all wanted additional information from the 12 Jewels of Life. I did reach out to them. I sent them an email, and I am awaiting a response back. And also, I will send an updated budget of the DMO, the Hilton Head Island Bluff and Chamber. And that is all that I have.
Great. Great. Committee members, any other additional information that you think you need besides really those? I think there might be some application eligibility questions, but we can correspond about that, Zendaya.
That works for me.
The only other thing would be an update on the spend and what's left on these applications from last year, any rollover. I don't know if we have to let the applicants know that we're looking at a time frame, if they, so that we have an idea of exactly what the rollover is going to be. If so, when we're doing the current budgeting as opposed to with the past budget, we know exactly what the give is going to be.
Yes, sir. The applications from 2020 or the applicants from 2020, it sounds like they are working through getting some reimbursements to me. I did hear of those when they were doing their presentation, so I will be on the lookout for those and then get you updated numbers as we go along.
Great. Yeah, and I would think as a committee, Zendaya, really just before we go into our final meeting, if we could just by that point in time, if we want to maybe send something out that would be a reminder, I think that's really what would be most thoughtful for us in our final decision-making process, is just understanding where they're at with spend. It's not really necessarily a factor. It's more of a consideration just as we continue to go, because again, we don't even know.
Yes, sir. That sounds great.
Great. Well, thank you again, everyone. I have 3:27 way to go, and we will see you all the next time.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Have a great day, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.